like Hollywood producers come up with it and then foisted it upon the world. And now, because we have a higher level of technology and insight, we found out it's all fake.
Yeah, and but
Your thoughts?
predictive programming in 1927, they came out with the spinning globe, and then when NASA launched, oh look, it matched Universal perfectly, and it just they were that good. So this is Globers, whenever we find a glitch or something, they're like, oh, your cosmic rays is screwing up. Yeah, cosmic rays cut this out. This is showing you that there's layers. This is a screw up. Now, Dave, I go back and forth. I'm curious on your opinion. Are they just that bad, that lazy, that stupid, or are they testing us? Are they doing this on purpose? Are they doing this to
They're doing it. In my opinion, they're doing it on purpose. They're mocking us. They're like, look how stupid these people are. Look how stupid this is. Like
Yeah,
they've got it. It's so B movie. There's so many mistakes, thousands of mistakes in the
right.
history of the fake space program, and it's gotten worse over the years. That at this point, it's just pure mockery. They're just purely laughing at us. Like, look at these people will believe anything.
Right. This one, she turned the wrong color all of a sudden. Everything inverted. I mean, and there's these weird lines on here. Here's the thing: you only need one of these, just one, to prove that it's nonsense. But they're the anti-flat earthers out there, the ones that Google pushes. There's no waking them up because they're either paid or possessed. Some of them are paid. Most are just possessed, and they'll just defend their position because that's all they have. This guy is always playing with a wire, and watch, it goes right through his wrist. The wire goes right through his wrist. Right, I think it gets a little closer. Give it a second. Let's see. Right, look at it, going right through his hand.
Man,
Amazing, right?
it's it never ceases to amaze me how completely preposterous the whole thing is, how silly it all is. And then of course people go, well, who's running it all? It's the Freemasons. We know that because they're throwing Freemason gang signs out nonstop on the LISS or the Fit International Fake Station. So it's definitely a Freemasonic cult move for sure. At the highest levels of Freemasonry, that's been toppled by satanic forces in Europe as early as the late 1700s. And in the 1800s, they basically captured pretty much the rest of the world. So that's how they're able to foist through their networks this kind of fraud. So Freemasonry at the very top is controlled by the devil himself, and that's been proven repeatedly over and over again. Or another way of looking at it is the higher mind of evil, or the Ahrimanic deception, or however you want to look at it. But these people are knowingly, and this is important to comprehend. That's why it's important to say, get your app and watch this stuff, because what you're seeing is you're seeing them knowingly deceiving you, right? In the Bible, it says the deceivers, right?
This is supposedly the space. Look, it gets caught in the window. Dave.
So it went into the window there. There's the little rim of the window. Okay, got it.
And
look at this.
You show this to people, they're like, that's not real. I'm like, well, yeah, it's not real, but it is really from NASA. Amazing. It's nonstop, right? And check this one out. So you got a physical rod that goes outside. So you have O-rings keeping the air in, and she's turning it. Is she looking at this, or is she looking at a monitor? That's a video, and it's not even timed. She's off sync a little bit, right? But it's worse than that. Okay. So she's looking at a monitor. That's how she's moving it, and there's really nothing there. But Dave, you're in space. You're a woman. First, she doesn't have the really long hair. Most of them have really long hair. That would never be allowed. Your hair would never be allowed in space. Maybe mine would, because I don't have much, right? But hair in space is absolute insanity. But worse than that, look at this woman's makeup. This is heavy makeup. How do you put makeup on in space? Okay.
It's so beyond. It's beyond the beyond, bro.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is a makeup job, okay? You would be, Dave, after a 12-hour flight, how you feeling, right? She's up here for a year.
And then the sun's coming up and setting 17 times every 24 hours. They're supposedly going 17,250 miles per hour, which is at least 10 times faster than a bullet. At least 10 times faster than a bullet. And then look at that faker right there, that Admiral Scott Kelly, who faked his way into that Senate race in Arizona through the election fraud. Look at what a fraud that guy is.
That's what happens.
Wow.
He gets tangled in the wires and he can't get up.
Okay.
Oops. He's tangled in the wires, and the guy in the red is going to go hit the reset switch in a second. You'll see him, and it'll reset. And on the video where you can actually hear it again on the ISS button on the app, he's stuck, and they're scrambling to get him untangled. And this guy here is going to reach over here and pull a switch, and then everything gets untangled. Crazy.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at how demonic these people are. Look at how like sold out their soul is. They're hollowed out through the middle. They're parading people on, who are supposedly actronauts. I mean, I remember seeing one guy and I'm like, this guy's like a gay prostitute from San Francisco. This is no actornaut.
Look at that wire. You can see the wire moving.
Yep.
Again, how many of these do you actually need? This is the training pool where they, if you want to train to be in outer space, why don't you do it in a vacuum chamber? All right, this is to represent zero gravity, but here's the control board. And what happens on this control board? This is like, I forget what's filming, green screen. Why do they have a green screen? That is so they can put space behind it, right? And you've seen bubbles in space. It's there's bubbles always going on.
It's so insanely bad. Now, when I look at this stuff, these days, it's so fake and so silly and so stupid and so ridiculous. And it really is interesting that people won't face it, because the people who do face it, the people who do look, the people who go, yeah, the earth looks flat because it is flat. The water stays on the earth because it's level and it's bounded in by the ice wall of Antarctica. You can't see infinitely far because you have a focal length of your eye. I mean, eventually people start to come around, but this stuff is where you start getting people just going like, you're gotta be kidding me. Like, really, we're gonna have some floppy portal like that, like on this portcullis on this, what is it, multi-trillion-dollar international fake station? They're really gonna have, I mean, come on, like, you're really gonna believe that that's real? And if they're caught faking it once and twice and finished 3 times, so they're finished.
Let's talk about the ice wall. Have you seen the entire ice wall yourself? No. You've seen quality video and pictures that there is a ice barrier, a cliff in most areas and lots of areas. So we do know about that. So here we are, right? All of the trips to Antarctica go from here to here, and they also go from New Zealand to another base over here. Okay, that's how it would work on a flat Earth. So what if we cut out right here between the white and the green, and we actually cut the Earth out and we put it in Photoshop and we wrapped it on a ball? Okay, so this is how they limit our thoughts. They basically take the world, they wrapped it around, they put it on a ball, and they go, that's it. This is your world. You've just cut off your connection to everything. So here's the question. Is there really an ice wall that goes all the way around? Is it like this? And is this all ice? Is there more land out there? So this is, where is, I'm looking for, oh, here it is. So you've seen this map. Where is it? Where is it? Hold on.
And while you're, oh yeah, here we go. And while you're finding that and these other maps from other ages, let me just say to everyone that I've interviewed numerous people in Antarctica who've lived in Antarctica. I've interviewed people who lived in Antarctica for 10 years and who are flat earthers, by the way. And you know how Jaron, I think it was Jaron originally broke the story, how they turn the cameras off from 10 p.m.
Yep.
until 7 a.m. At every station in Antarctica. So you can't monitor the shadows. So you can't figure out that they're not really where they say they are. They're not really at the latitudes, or the latitudes that we supposedly have imposed on the southern hemisphere are not accurate. By the way, and that's true, everybody. They turn the cameras off at every Antarctic station, so you can't see them on the internet from 10 p.m. until 7 in the morning. Why is that? Why would they do that?
Right. The whole lighting in Antarctica is fully explainable. You know, on the app under the day and night, Antarctica and the 24-hour sun, watch those videos. Hard to just to explain quickly, but it makes perfect sense. So this is the map that was found in a Buddhist temple, and you've got all these other lands. So what if, Dave, what if this is what they tell us Antarctica is, and they just take us here. We land in the middle here. If you landed in the middle here, you don't know where you landed. This is bigger than the United States, Canada, and Mexico combined. Okay, so you land there, you could like, okay, that's Antarctica, right? And let's say it's frozen, you know, just this side of it sticking out of the ice. Okay, interesting, right? And over here, they maybe go out to another island, over another continent over here, right? And so you never see people from this base meeting people from this base in the middle and the South Pole. I'm pointing to the north right there, because it just doesn't happen. So Dave, what if there was, this is anybody could look this up, and I don't know if they're still there, a tracking of all the big cargo ships in the world. And you can click on the dot and it tells you where it is, where it's registered, captain's name, all sorts of information.
And it looks like we're looking at the bottom of Australia and the bottom of South Africa there, correct?
Correct.
And New Zealand.
And a giant Antarctica. Weird. But we found a couple ships in a line hundreds of miles within Antarctica. Inside,
interesting.
It should be land or ice at least. And so we click on them, and very little information. 580 meters long. Dave, that's a massive ship. 80 meters wide. Okay, this is a massive, massive, massive cargo ship. And we're like, well, where's it going? It wasn't saying, didn't say it was on it. So we looked it up, and it's from the island of Kiribati. Ever hear of it?
No.
So let me show you where Kiribati is. Out here in the middle of nowhere, if you zoom in, there's a little coral sand atoll called Kiribati. It's a friggin' sandbar, David. And this ship is registered to this island, okay? This ship is registered to this island. And the Chinese government gave them $10 billion recently. What is going on there?
Wow.
Yeah, what is going on there? Are we talking about different trade routes? You know, maybe it's going from Kiribati out here to other lands, trading technology, trading food, trading sex slaves, trading who knows, right? And here's the thing. How would you ever know? You never even heard of Kiribati. Neither did I.
That was good sleuthing. Good job. I hadn't heard that one before. That was fantastic. It has crossed my mind that outside of the ice wall and beyond Antarctica, where there's other worlds that are under other suns and other stars, by the way, that's a key idea, is that the range of our dome only goes to a certain distance, and then it gets colder and colder and colder and colder and colder until you start coming under another sun, and then you're on another world that's next to us. And that's the idea there, everybody. Now, let me just throw this out there, is that Antarctica does not allow anybody to cross below the 60th parallel with enough fuel to cross all the way across Antarctica. That's against the Antarctic Treaty. Why would that matter? Why would you want people, if they're coming down there, make sure they have plenty of fuel, they can survive. But no. They're going to make sure you don't have enough fuel to make it across Antarctica, because perhaps when you get to the other side, you might be liberating a native people that have been, who knows, enslaved by the Illuminati and the Cabal. And I am absolutely certain, by the way, Dave Weiss, that the Illuminati secret base, the Cabal's base, the people running the whole world, is within 300 to 600 miles of what's being called South Pole Station. And I know that from tracking the movements of the Queen and all dignitaries going to Antarctica. They go to South Pole Station, then they disappear for 1 to 3 days, then they're back at South Pole Station, then they fly back to McMurdo, then back to Christchurch. And I've watched that for years.
Getting their marching orders, you know, getting where the real controllers of this world. Now, long before I was a flat earther and I was into Nibiru and outer space and disclosure and all of this stuff, There was a couple of videos of an Antarctic webcam that showed looked like another planet or a sun in the distance coming by from the wrong direction. So if we're here, right, and this was another world, and I have a better graphic. Where is it? Give me a second.
Okay, yeah, bring it in closer now. Again, so what you guys are seeing there are skylight areas. There's a guy who wrote a book called World Beyond the Poles, which I did get an original signed copy of that book. Very interesting. He had this idea of skylight areas. So we're under a skylight area, which is what we call Earth. And the infinite flat plane keeps going, and then you can get over Antarctica and go on to another Earth, another world that's over there. And maybe that world's called Mars or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
In those books that you're referencing, they call them Mars, and they call them by the name of the planets.
Yeah. So this is the little graphic I made. So here's our world, our sun's circling around, and here's another world. And at certain times when they sync and the suns are close to each other, it will open up a passage, and then there opens up a trade route for a certain amount of time. Maybe that's why they're so worried about global warming, because these routes are going to open up. Maybe they're open all the time. We don't know, because we're not allowed there. There's 8 military bases all the way around where you can't go. I mean, here, you know, they're all around. Remember the Falklands War? What are they fighting over that little island for, right? And
right.
Military bases, and then they have a network of buoys also, like radar buoys. Anyone that crosses over, there's many stories of people getting arrested, getting their boats seized, aircrafts coming after them, warships, turning them around. They don't want anyone going there, because if we had free reign to go look, we would know that we would see the lie. And here's the thing, Dave, as you said at the beginning, this is the most important topic, because when you wake up to it, you literally unplug from the matrix. You unplug from the Helio Sinister trick. Okay, you stop giving your power away, and you stop living in fear. Because when you become a flat earther, you find out that nuclear bombs aren't real. Okay, you find out that there's infinite water, that you find out that mushrooms cure cancer. You find out everything. Okay, so
you're saying once you're a flat earther, you're not getting the jab. I would assume that is. We could probably say that 100% of flat earthers did not get injected with mystery chemicals by big pharma.
I would say nearly 100. Some maybe because of life situations, fell for it or whatever. But yeah, on the app, I'm in Mexico right now, and I'm having a little internet issue. But there's blue dots everywhere, all over. This is just where I am. There's a few here, but you can't even see the United States if I could load the other map. There's blue dots everywhere, and you could actually tap on these dots. Like I could tap on a dot, and I could message that person. I could send out hey, I'm having a meetup.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that everybody who has the app who's near you is going to pop up on your app. Is that right?
You can check anywhere in the world. Like I'll say, where are you? Are you in California?
No, I'm in Hawaii.
Hawaii. I don't think well, it's only going to go USA. Hold on.
Okay.
USA.
You probably have to type in United, probably, huh?
Probably.
Do you have every country covered? I mean, how many flat earthers you think are out there? I guess that's a good, because you're out there in the front lines. What would you say? What's your answer to that question?
My answer is, a couple of years ago, they did a survey in Brazil, and over 10 million people were questioning the globe. So again, I have a really crappy internet service here, but here I'm on the Yucatan Peninsula. Let's go out. Let's look at the West Coast, and let that load for a second. And so here's the thing: you can check out people's profiles, you can message them, you can send a radius of 10 kilometers, 50 kilometers, or 100 kilometers, and say, everyone in that circle, hey, I'm having a meetup at Joe's Bar and Grill at so-and-so State Park Saturday, and then people show up. Here's the truth, David. We live in this zombie land. We live literally in The Walking Dead. There's zombies everywhere. None of these blue dots are zombies. I haven't met a blue dot I don't like. Every single person, male or female, is your best friend. And there's people that are getting married because of this. They found their love of their life. There's people that have new best friends because, Dave, you said at the beginning you lost friends. I've lost friends. I've lost family members, right? My brother and sister, we don't talk because we have nothing to talk about. They're pro jibby jab. They're They believe chemtrails are real and everything in between. Okay, so
they believe chemtrails aren't real.
yeah, they believe that they're just condensation, and the government would never do that. And my sister lives next to that Sandy town in Connecticut. Therefore, what happened there was real. And it's just like, it's sad, but this is my new family. Okay, there's people everywhere. The UK is crazy. Here, I live on the East Coast. Check out the East Coast. Let that load for a second. And it's super fun. Just so for people that are thinking getting the app is $3, one-time charge, and it has everything. Right. The only thing,
so you for $3 they get the app forever.
Forever.
Is that right?
Absolutely.
Wow. What a deal, man. That's insane.
Hold on. So look at the East Coast. Crazy. But if you want to message people or view profiles or fill out a profile, you have to subscribe. A yearly subscription of $11 a year. Say that. $11 a year. Okay. You ever buy?
Yeah, it's less than $1 a month.
I love people who think,
cents a month.
I'm not spending $11 on an app. Who wants a shot of tequila in the bar? And that'll be $60 for shots of tequila. Okay, that's fine, but not $11 to change your life.
Or government taxation extortion. They'll pay tens of thousands of dollars for that.
Yeah. We're having an Epic Cash crypto giveaway on here soon, so keep an eye out for that. But every day.
Hold on. You're talking about Epic Cash, but I know Max.
Yeah, Max
of Epic Cash. He's awesome.
Listen, Epic Cash. If you believe in crypto at all, Epic Cash is in my opinion, don't do anything. Is the highest potential of anything that I can say. Again,
I love it. I just downloaded their app, by the way.
Their new app, their wallet is ridiculously easy. Anybody could do it. It's so easy. I'm going to have it on the app. If you have the app, a pop-up's going to say, "Hey, Epic Cash giveaway." Click it, download the app, put your wallet address in where we tell you to put it, and you get free Epic. Cost you nothing, zero risk, and then you have some Epic. Okay, but
nice.
Every day there's a featured video right here. This is what I tell people. Think it's stupid? Click that video every day for 2 weeks. At the end of that 2 weeks, if you think flat Earth is stupid and you have a glow proof, send it to me and I'll give you 3 Bitcoins or 3,000 physical ounces of silver. Okay. As of today.
Geez, that's a good deal.
Yeah. But here's the thing, Dave. You'd probably be willing to match it because there are no proofs of the globe. But before you send it, right here is the frequently asked questions button. And here's all the questions, right? Here's the ISS button, boats over the horizon, gravity, seasons. Seasons is my favorite. Great videos there. Why the lie? Why the lie right here. And you click one of those, up comes a list of videos that YouTube's hiding for you. If I hit ships over the horizon,
wait, hold on. Are you suggesting that YouTube has removed videos about the flat Earth because they're interested in the truth?
I'm saying that they're not removed. They're still here, but you can't.
They're still there.
Them.
Interesting.
You can't find them. Yeah, they do remove them. But that you want to ask me the greatest proof? Google, when you Google like a stranger's guide to flat Earth 21 questions, pretty unique name. It doesn't come up, and all of the Simon Scam Dan, and not a real Professor Dave, and all these other fake.
Who's that pedophile weirdo kook? Bill Nye, the science guy.
Bill Nye, the lying guy with the bow tie. Yes.
Oh God, he reeks of being a sex pervert. By the way,
the fact that they're hiding all of this, that should tell you there's a problem right there, right? So again, this is the videos that woke me up. This video right here, the top video, will teach you about boats over the horizon better than I can in an hour. This girl in 10-minute video, 11-minute video, shows you, explains it, clear as can be. It's phenomenal. Great video. And
I mean, it's such a resource, dude. Like this is really developed. The first time I saw your app was 3 years ago or 4 years ago. You've been, how long, when did this first come out?
Dave, about 3.5, 4 years ago. And it just basically, it didn't even have the featured video on it. It was just, to show you that the sun goes around. It keeps track of the hours and the days. The moon keeps track of the weeks and the months, right? And the stars keep track of the seasons and the years. Okay, it basically had that.
That's so beautiful. Look at that, dude. That is so epic. You've really improved it,
Dave. There's so much to this app, and then we have people don't like people like videos and memes, right? And TikToks.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So here's tons of images that you can use. Like, hey, you want to talk to somebody about Flight Pass? Here are the Flight Pass pictures that I had. Right, the emergency landing.
Oh, rad.
Right, they're right there at your fingertips. All sorts of stuff. Hey, here, look at these guys. Are they? Is this the one where they're doing the?
Oh, that's some Freemasonic handshake crap.
No, the other one where they're all doing the little devil horns.
Oh yeah, the devil horns.
Yeah, that one's in there somewhere, and then you can show the Challenger.
Geez, that one's the one that gets people. Just how fake and ridiculous that was. Oh, there was zooming in on Venus. Go back down.
Yeah.
This is the thing. The whole planet thing's all fake, everybody. This is what Venus actually looks like with your camera. If you zoom in, and you've got better technology at your fingertips now than any researcher had in their hands in the 1960s. Look at that's a star.
Yeah.
Right. You're telling me that's trillions of light years away with planets going around it. I mean, how silly and ridiculous.
So crazy. So crazy.
Look at Arcturus. Arcturus is directly over the big island of Hawaii. These are the real images that you can create yourself with your own cameras, and they don't correlate to what's being sold to us by the NASA garbage. What do we got here?
And Dave, this is a community project. Like people say, "Hey, Dave, here's a great meme for the app." Bam! I can put it on the app. And here's the thing: you give me a picture, something like, "Hey, Dave, this will be good in the app." I can put it on. Click. Everyone worldwide has it instantaneously. No updates needed. It just shows up on the app. So this is the original picture of Saturn from NASA, and we took it off their website. They've since removed it and cleaned it up. We zoomed in, and what are we seeing? I mean, the worst friggin' overlay job ever. Okay, that's what we're seeing, right?
It's like construction paper and cutouts.
Yeah, I guess they didn't anticipate us to have Photoshop, right? People go, "What about Eratosthenes?" Well, here's a good diagram. Eratosthenes with a small local sun gets the same angled shadow length as a ball would if it had parallel rays.
If the sun was supposedly infinitely far away, right. Eratosthenes is often cited by globe earthers as proof that the world is curved or the Earth is curved, when in reality it just means that the sun's closer and the Earth is flat.
Dave, Eratosthenes had to assume parallel light rays because the sun was infinitely far, 93 million miles or whatever. Although no one's ever seen parallel rays, but they have to be parallel. And the other thing is, back in Eratosthenes' days, they believed in a geocentric globe with an infinitely far sun. So how does an infinitely far sun circle? How does it circle around on Earth if we're geocentric, right? I believe Eratosthenes was a real person. I believe the story of Eratosthenes is completely and totally made up. Complete, total garbage.
Yeah. Well, see, you find that out as you get into this, as you know, Dave Weiss, you get into this deeper and you go, oh, this story is completely fabricated to drive in the scientism narrative. And by the way, that's what the Globe Earth is about. It's about driving in the scientism religion, so that people fall in the pill for every ill, the jab for every respiratory illness, the this, the that. Any science is going to figure out, oh, scientists know everything. That's our new priest class, the scientist. It's all that crap.
So there's I'm here in Mexico in the town square. They have the things that block cars are these big cement balls, right? Just big cement spheres. Okay, that kind of looks like the moon. Well, the sun was high in the sky, and I'm looking at this cement sphere, this cement sphere. Why isn't it radiating light like the moon does? I'm standing right next to it. The sun is right there. How come it's not shining on me, right? You have to believe, the moon is reflecting sunlight. Worse, Jupiter. Go out tonight. Jupiter will be in the sky tonight. Brightest thing in the sky next to the moon. You have to believe that if you're on Jupiter, it's a gassy planet, okay? Gassy planet. Gases aren't that
supposedly.
Supposedly, yeah. And the sun is farther away, so it's a smaller sun. So that star-sized sun is lighting up Jupiter, and that's reflecting back to your eye at the brightness that we see it. That's it. There's the best proof of
right. Yeah. So these luminous objects above us have their own light, is what you're driving at.
Yeah.
And that's why that you don't have a hot spot on the moon and a hot spot on Jupiter, a hot spot on any quote unquote planet from the sun's hot spot. It's just the whole thing's completely silly. So these luminous objects have their own light, and therefore they are raining down that light upon us, which has influence upon us, and therefore has astrological influence. Not astronomical influence, and there's a big difference between there. They told you that astronomy is real and astrology is fake. It's obviously the other way around. It always is.
I took 4 years of astronomy in college. I was so good at it. The girls would come and study with me. Astronomy with benefits, okay? Let's just say that. And I was the best at it because I believed it all. But now I look back, I'm like, it's all pseudoscience. And then I would laugh at astrology. Astrology, I'm like, it's so stupid. How can Mars, that it can't even affect our tides, it's 25 million miles away, how's that going to affect me? But in reality, Mars is an energetic living source right here, connected to the Earth in our world. Okay, how could it not affect you, right? In the app, we have a book.
That was so good, dude. That was epic. That's so good. I mean, I just love bringing these. See, this is what happens, everybody. Eventually, it breaks down everything, the whole cosmology. Again, the whole thing of the reason why we have the globe and the Mars is a red planet. We're going to Mars next. Oh, then it's going to be the moon. Then we're going to Mars. Every president, they switch it. Goes from Mars to moon, Mars to moon, Mars to moon, 11 times now at least. At any rate, what it does, it starts to break it all down. You start to go, oh, Mars is close. It's a light in the sky. It's like a deity of sorts. It's raining down certain energies on us. And when it's in opposition, for example, to certain things, it's going to have certain effects. And when it's on the horizon, it's going to have certain effects. And all of that becomes real. And you start to really actually participate in what's really going on here on Earth instead of this scientism crap, which is basically saying, oh, that's a rock out in space 1 trillion miles away or 1 million miles away or 1 billion miles away or whatever the nonsense is.
Dave, this is the web button, more resources page. We have these two guys are amazing on TikTok. If you need some short attention span stuff, to share with your TikTok friends, mind-blowing. Caleb right here, killing it. Unbelievable. This is where all my interviews are. Your interview, when it airs, will be at the top of this list. So if people, that's how they can keep track of my interviews. All sorts of stuff on here, but down at the bottom, moon landing nonsense. Fun one.
Oh, okay. Good.
Tons of stuff right there. And then on here, we also have the curve calculator. So if you're trying, it's like, hey, I'm looking at the building, you can just go in the curve calculator, put in your eye height, put in the distance, and it'll tell you how much curve should be there. So on the fly, easy way to access the curve calculator. This is for those of you that are like, okay, I'm now interested. This one right here, full length movies. Okay, Marty Leeds I think that's the first one on here. It's we got Hibbler, Realize. Second one is The Ultimate Litmus Test by Marty Leeds. Phenomenal, amazing, holds up with time. Great stuff. And people listening to you, I don't have to say turn off Netflix because you probably don't have it. But if you're looking for some quality entertainment, okay, entertainment is, Novocaine for the mind. But if you're looking for quality, educational, enjoyable information, these videos here are phenomenal. They're phenomenal. And, you sit down with some friends and they watch it. They'll be like, whoa, holy moly. I have some friends, some good friends, and they're like, oh, flat earth, and I'm like, okay, these are local friends, and they're learning more and more about it. And they're like, we didn't really dive into it. And then after Hibbler's movie, the Next Level came out, which I was in, and they're like, hey, let's watch your movie, right? They have this big, huge movie television in their house. And so we put it on. Everybody was silent. Lights came on at the end. They look over at me. They go, we're in. So these movies, if you can get somebody to watch one, you're done. You can't watch The Ultimate Litmus Test without being infected, okay, with the flat Earth virus. That's a real virus.
And by the way, what's so cool about this is that it's fostering real independent thought, everybody. If you're a student of Rudolf Steiner, as I am, one of Rudolf Steiner's great statements about our epic, our whole 10,000 year epic or whatever this is, from India through Persia, through the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, and through the Greco-Romans and the Western Europeans. And then eventually he says next is Russians, and then it goes to Americas. In that whole epic, our main drive is to develop independent thought. And I'm telling you, if you're bought into the globe and all the spaced out program, I mean, by the way, that's what I call it. It's the spaced out program, because to believe any of it, you got to be spaced out. You can't have looked if you believe that stuff. You just believe what they sold you on with Dan Rather in the nightly news or Walter Cronkite nonsense.
Dave, let me show you. We'll see if it's going here. I have a beta test group. This is in the app. This is in the messenger section. It's just like a regular messenger.
Okay.
And
you can message people, I guess. Okay. Look at that.
You can message people, but I just started a group call. So anyone that has notifications on just got a ping like, hey, someone just started a video call. And anybody can jump on this at any time. That's in this group.
Whoa, rad. Let's see who jumps on.
Multiple people can. And so this beta test group, it's got so many members in it that everyone silenced it. So let's see if anyone jumps on. And then you can have these conversations. Like I jumped in this random group one day, and there was like 6 guys in there. One guy's from like Ireland, another guy's from Saudi Arabia. A mom and her daughter were driving in their car. They're like, oh, we were just looking. Oh, here comes somebody. I can't hear you. We're doing a little up. They bailed. All right. But people just jump on, and some of the greatest random conversations. If you're ever just looking to have a conversation, people use it when they're driving. They just mount it on their thing and they talk, or just when they're hanging out. It's truly amazing what you can do with it. So a lot of fun, a lot of resource. And one thing, and I'm sure you've heard it, people say,
hold on, how do they get your app? Is it in an app store? Is they actually go to the website? What's the best way?
If you go to I'll show you the best way. But if you go to Apple App Store and type in Flat E, it's going to come right up. Okay. But if you type in the full name, Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app on Android, a Glober one comes up. They literally tried to copy my app, and it literally links you to their videos. Okay. But they're so far behind. I think they gave up on it. But so that I just say, go to flatearthdave.com and click the banner right at the top of the website. Flat Earth Dave.
And the website's called Flat Earth Clock.
There is
a Flat Earth Clock.
That's not where you get it. Flatearthdave.com.
Okay.
Flatearthdave.com. And that's how you get the direct link. If you go to the App Store, fine. Just make sure it's by Blue Water Bay. That's my company, Blue Water Bay.
Blue Water Bay. Okay. Okay. Nice.
The Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app by Blue Water Bay. But if you forget that long, complicated name like Owen Benjamin, he cannot get it straight. Just remember flatearthdave.com. It's all there. Anybody that's listening, if you know a podcast, you have a podcast, you want to have me on, there's a book Flat Earth Dave there button. If you have an issue with your phone and the app, there's a support button. We take care of you really quick. Super fun. And it's a great way to make new best friends. That alone, I think, is worth the $11.
Well, I find out, as you found out, that a lot of flat earthers, they feel alone in their life because they're onto all of this, which again, domino affects your whole reality. It will wreck all of your beliefs about everything. Because it's just the domino effect of it. And all of a sudden you're standing in a completely different place than somebody who believes they're on a ball spinning around the middle of nowhere at 66,600 miles per hour and the whole nonsense that goes on. So this issue, by the way, of feeling supported and feeling that there's other people like you on Earth is a really important issue for mental wellness and emotional health. And, I can tell you, like my friend Kelsey over here, she's marrying a guy who's, she met him and she found out he's a flat earther. She's getting married.
I met him at Flattoberfest. They were selling the Flat Earth, like the North Face shirts. They were phenomenal. Yeah. I love it.
Yes. I'm trying to get them. I want a baseball tee one, which, by the way, look at this one. Check this out. This is a Flat Earth kombucha this is back in, I think, 2016 or 2017. I was doing events in Australia, and this company right here, watch this. You can see on the back. Can you see that?
Yeah. Nice.
What does it say there?
It says Flat Earth. That's all I can see. That? Yeah, Flat Earth. That's pretty aggressive.
Anyway, so this Flat Earth kombucha company, This is so funny, dude. So after the whole event, they sponsored our event. We had a really good event and all this other stuff. After the whole event, where I finally am like, oh, I get to try their kombucha, right? Because I was so busy. The event was so full. I was hundreds of people. It was an awesome event.
How
And
was
so at
it?
the end of
Was
the
it
night, I'm like,
flat?
okay, I get to finally find. It was flat, dude. It had lost its carbonation. It went flat. And I was like, you got to name your product right, right? Because the name has such an effect, right? I was
Wait, was
like,
it
you got
supposed
to
to
be
be flat, or
kidding
you
me.
just left it out? You just left it out. It's not
No,
supposed to.
it was flat in the bottle. Like I opened the bottle up. It was like a beer bottle with a cap. I
Yeah.
opened the cap up. I start drinking it, and I was like, it's flat.
Is it
And that was
supposed to
it.
be
Just
flat?
flat earthers get that because right, because you put a word on something, it becomes that, that whole research.
Yeah.
And I was like, that is so funny, man. That is the funniest thing ever. There is a cosmic giggle that runs right through the flat earth. It's the funniest thing ever of all time. I mean, everyone thinks they're on a globe spinning around at 66,600 miles per hour, going through a universe at trillions of miles per hour, and all this other nonsense that they're pushing out on us. And
Dave, are they
and
are they
it's
local,
so
or
fun.
do they sell over the internet?
No, it's a local company in Australia. I don't even know if they're still in business. Flat
Okay.
Earth, I think they were in. I want to say Sydney. I don't think
Because
Melbourne. I think it was Sydney.
so
They
Dave,
were in Sydney.
on the app, if you click the shopping cart button, up come all sorts of different flat Earth related. Taking a second to load here.
Oh, there's Epic Cash right there. Epic
Yeah,
right there.
so
Awesome.
Yeah, so anything that's run by flat earthers, that's flat earth related, people selling things. Here's Jaren's hats up here. Here's my t-shirt
Uh-huh.
shop. Here's flat earth, this flat earth organic juice. If you have a quality flat earth product that you can sell over the internet, send me a link, tell me your story. I'll put you on here for free. Okay. And then you have access to 300,000 people, right? Instantaneously.
Okay, we should strike a deal because not only is my company should be on there, but my company is entirely run by flat earthers. Every single person in my company is flat.
I just need what landing page you want to go to, and I need a YouTube size orientation description. Like, because if I click on Jaren's, up pops.
So you need a JPEG.
I just need two graphics for you. And again,
Okay.
It's not the app. I have like crappy Wi-Fi here. When you click on it, a bigger picture opens up that fills the whole screen that has a more detailed description than the thumbnail. And then whatever link. Give me those three things, and I'll put you right on there.
Can it be a video, or it has to be an image?
No, just an image for now. But the link could go to a video, and then the video could have the link to your website if that's what you want. The link could go to whatever you want, right?
So, okay, I'm gonna put Camille in touch with you, and then we'll sort it out. That's fantastic. That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, because and here's the thing, Dave. I do not do this for the money. I do this for the love, right? And this is I keep wanting to tell you, and I keep forgetting. People, your soul is the true you. Your mind, is what basically kills you. Okay. And your soul is always trying to talk to your mind, but your mind gets lost in the news, gets lost in this world. And I think that a major cause of depression is being lost, not knowing who you are, where you are, what you are. Right. And I've seen it many, many, many times. When you wake up to the flat earth, you lose that depression. If you're depressed, it goes away. Right. People that have serious drug addictions are able to kick the habit, right? Because when you're depressed and stressing, you'll resort to drugs, and maybe you get addicted and everything. I've seen it cure people from this depression. I think depression, boredom, these are constructs of the sinister satanic trick they call the globe.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they're constructs of the scientism, right? Because the heliocentrism and the globes and all the fake spaced out program and all the other crap is all part of the scientism religion. And so they've wrapped this mythology around us with the televisions, and they've wrapped it around with the films and movies and all the other stuff. And so that people have bought into a very dark vision of reality, and therefore they're depressed and they want to escape, hence the drug addictions, right? Or they go totally into the materialism, like money, and we're going to get into money, and that's going to be our whole thing. that whole thing is just really an aberration of consciousness that's created by the bad religion. I mean, that's really scientism it's a satanic religion. If we're going to be honest, you know that every flat earther knows that. We know because we've seen the people behind it, the astronauts with their little horns and their little Freemasonic satanic signs and all the other crap that goes on.
Just going back to the friend finder for a second, I sent out a radius message to everybody here saying, hey, I'm going to be here for a couple of months. And a couple of people have gotten back to me. We're going to meet up and hang out and go snorkeling and just hang out with other flat earthers. What's better than that? Because
it looks, are you in Playa del Carmen?
Very close. I'm in Puerto Morelos, right? The one.
Okay. But you're near Cancun.
I was in Playa yesterday. I'm going to Cancun tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. I was like, that looks like that Cozumel, the island.
Yeah. I'm right. That is Cozumel right there. So
yeah,
it's fun to see the dots growing down here. But if you click right up here, this is the referral link. So anyone that a lot of people don't know about this, go there and you'll have a random number here. Change it. There's a little editing pencil. You can change it once up to 7 characters, and you could put I don't know, avocado, whatever. And that's your referral code. And then whenever you tell somebody about the app, when you load the app, the first thing it says, do you have a referral code? Yes or no, right? And if you say no, then no problem. But if you put it in, you get a point, okay? So I have 13 points right here, okay? And as your points grow, your dot will change on the map to one of these, all right? Sounds fun. It is fun. People love it. But I'm starting to make it where, a lot of people, there's a lot of kids that are still on their parents' cell phone plan. They're like, I can't do the subscription. 11 referrals, you can cash them in for a year subscription. Get 11 people to join. And then, Dave, I always say this, and prove me wrong. When your time comes and you have to answer to your maker, when he's weighing out your sins, I think he can counter them with the number of people you've unplugged from the matrix, which is calculated right here. Okay? Right? You wake someone up.
That is so that's so awesome. That's epic. Okay, so I'm going to do that. Actually, I'm going to do that. That's going to be fun.
And then
okay, so I guess
you can keep track of the leaderboard. And that TikToker Caleb, look at him, killing it. 1,868 referrals, right? Just by putting it on his TikToks about it. Because here's the thing: is he doing it for the points? Yeah, he loves being at the top of the board, but he's doing it because the app is the easiest way to wake someone up. You know why? What does everyone have in their friggin' hand? One of these stupid things. Let's use it against them. Let's use it to educate ourselves. Okay. So
this Steiner has a whole thing about the development of the technology, getting us now to this phone, and eventually it's going to be to the transhumanism. And one of the things that he brings into that conversation, which is a very important discovery for me personally over the last 2 months, which is whenever he's getting into this detailed conversation about the technology and what this technology is doing to us and the dangers of it and how ultimately how Ahrimanic it is. Steiner has two demons in his cosmology, Ahriman and Lucifer. And Ahriman is more like Mephistopheles, more Satan, what we consider Satan. Lucifer being what we consider Lucifer. So Lucifer has to do with the escapism, worshiping the false light, giving our power away. The materialism and the algorithm thinking and all that, and the scientism is Ahrimanic in nature. At any rate, the thing I wanted to say, that I was going to say on that, where I was going with that is that this technology, all along, there's been Ahrimanic influence or influence of evil in the development of the technology. And Steiner says that one of the highest goods of all, even higher than anything even put out by the Buddha, he actually says this, is the work of Manes or Manichaeism. And you're probably like, well, Manes, what the hell is that? Now, it's a sect of Christianity from going way back that's now basically died off. There's still a little bit of existing in some areas of China. It originated in Persia. But Manes' key teaching was you let them develop their whole thing of evil, and then at the last second, you flip it to good. And he says that right there is one of the highest works of good in the world. It's like really second, it's like even beyond Buddhism. Is like you're at that level of taking all their lineage of evil, and at the last second you go, good. And that's precisely what you're doing with your app, right? You're taking their whole lineage of all this history, of all this stuff. They want everybody in the scientism brainwash, and you're going, flip it.
Yep. And so one of the things the Globers, they're freaking out about this app. So they go, it's a tracking app. He's tracking you. Let me tell you something. You're being tracked if you have one of these phones, right? Keep your phone in a Faraday bag. I actually have a link to Faraday bags. You can make your own, whatever. And that's a fine thing to do. But the app, when you go into it, it says it puts you within 5 miles of where you are randomly, right? You have to tell it to put your exact location. So one, it starts off obscuring your location, right? Because your banking app knows where you are. Your calculator app knows where you are, right? And then you can actually, if you're really paranoid about it, when you're not using it, turn off the friend finder, and then it's not tracking you anymore. So don't believe the scaremongers, right? You're being tracked everywhere there's a camera. They now see your face. Dave, when I flew here, I didn't need my boarding pass to get on the airplane. They have a scanner that sees your face. It says, "Welcome, David Weiss. You're seated in seat, 5B."
Geez, it's gotten to that point now. Where at LaGuardia or where? Newark Airport?
Kennedy. Yeah.
Geez.
Yeah.
So they're trying to get us into a digital prison, everybody, but break free by going flat. And hopefully we can mount a dead reckoning expedition where we all get into a fleet of planes and fly over Antarctica to our freedom.
Well, it'd be nice to get some helium ship. I'd become more comfortable in a rigid inflatable. So.
Yeah, we'll get into dirigible and just go for just bye. We're leaving. We're out of here. And they're trying to keep us in a perimeter that's so vast, right? The Antarctic perimeter is so vast that I think we can get through if we're just smart enough about it.
Yeah, absolutely. The people, the biggest argument people have, they say, well, the Antarctic sailboat race, they go around Antarctica, right? So this is on their website this year. The trip from South Africa to Brazil, which is only part of it, was 32,000 miles. This is on their website, right? The equator all the way around is 24,000. So this leg around this little tiny 10,000 mile thing is 32,000.
That
right?
don't make no sense.
Yeah.
That don't make no sense. Wow, bizarro.
Yeah. One last thing, I think a good one to end on is, where am I looking? Have you seen what happens on Google Earth when if you go to Google Earth on your browser and you start measuring areas? Have you seen this? So you take out the measuring tool and say, okay, I'm going to measure United States. So I'll draw a line around the United States and close it, and bam, it tells you the square miles. Okay, cool. Right. So let's go down. We'll go to the south, and let's try Australia. So we'll go around Australia and say what's the area, and close it up, and bam, there's the area. Okay. So now, what happens when we do Antarctica? Have you seen this?
No.
So when we go around Antarctica, it should just tell us the square miles. Watch this, Dave.
Whoa.
Right? So now let's go. Hey, well, maybe let's try.
Maybe it was an error. Who knows?
We'll try down here, New Zealand. Now that works. So let's go up to the north, and we'll try. Let's do Greenland. Okay, and we'll measure Greenland. No problem. And that works. Let's see. Click. Yep, no problem. And now we'll go to the North Pole. And where is the North Pole? Right there. All right, so we'll go around the North Pole, and very similar. Not as bad as Antarctica, but very similar.
Antarctic, that was 19 million square kilometers? Let's try that again.
Well, whatever it is. But look at it. It didn't go around. It made this crescent moon thing. It's not it's giving us the area in here. It's not right. So the two places that would tell us whether we live on a globe or not are off limits, and you can't look at them on Google Earth. You can't measure them on Google Earth.
That tells you something right there. Now, I also, by the way, going to corroborate. I got all the Admiral Byrd books, and there was a video that was put out. It's probably on your app of, and it showed how they removed like 120 mountains out of Antarctica.
Oh,
Do you know which
Dome
one I'm talking
A,
about?
Dome B, and Dome. The areas are calling them Dome A and Dome B. Have you seen that?
No.
They're the mountains. They're named Dome A, Dome B, Dome C. Like there's so much craziness there. There's a new video that just came out. Some guys that went up with a SpaceX guy. They climbed to the top of Antarctica and they're filming. You know, we're at the top of Antarctica and we're doing a live stream using SpaceX satellites. Okay. I'm calling total bullshit because the guys, they're like, it's 30 below zero Celsius, I believe. Okay. 30 below zero. And he goes, he's got frozen stuff on his beard and everything. But the other guy's texting on his phone with bare hands. How does your phone work? And how do you, bare hands, he has zero frost on his beard and no steam, no fog is coming out of any of their mouths. Okay. And again, are they that stupid or are they just testing us? I'll go with you. They're testing us.
Yeah. They're mocking us, and they're like, we can get away with anything. We got these people so brainwashed. We can do anything. We can get away with anything. So, Flat Earth Dave, that was fantastic. That was a really good, like 2 hours. We just dug in.
Wow.
FlatEarthDave.com. That's where the app is at. So we got deep in on the app, and it's really good to have the app because the way that they took off all of the flat Earth information off the internet. I mean, they banned it. They really did. They shadow banned it. They banned it. They censored it. They blocked it. Now, if there was no truth in any of it, why would they do any of that? Why would they just be like, oh, these guys are idiots. We'll just let that go out there. But, you know, at the very top, they don't want anybody questioning their religion, which is scientism. They want everybody in their satanic control. They want everybody under their thumb of thinking. And when you get to your app, you're outside of their control and you're outside of their thinking. I'll get this out there on Telegram and various different platforms. So I'm going to put that out there. And then I imagine it's also going to go up on your app as well. So that'll be cool. So I'll alert everybody with your app that it's on there.
Dave, you going to put it on your YouTube channel?
I want to nope. I don't use YouTube. Okay. After ThemeTube deleted me and took everything off, 10 years of work with no strikes or warnings or anything, just one day deleted my channel, wiped me out. I still have a small YouTube presence, but I don't really put anything on it. I'll put it on BitChute. I'll put it on Telegram. I'll put it on probably on Rumble. I have a Rumble channel, and then we'll take it from. And you know, of course, I'll promote it on Twitter, etc.
Yeah, no problem. Right now, the playlists are our YouTube playlists, but I've got everything backed up on several platforms. So when I pull the plug on YouTube, we're ready to have everything going right there. So on the app, I'll just put the link to the YouTube that's on my channel, if that's cool with you.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine for me. I just, with my channel, it's like I'm so that after you get deleted after 10 years of work with no strikes or warnings or letters or anything, it's like, we deleted your channel. There's no way that you're going to be able to refute it. We'll accept no letters of you trying to get your channel back or something like that's what they sent to me. And I was like, man, these people are. What's that?
Did you tell some truth, David? Bad
oh
boy.
Man, I mean, you know, what they want. They want everybody on their scientism, which means you're going to get injected with their mystery chemicals. You're going to take their deadly pills. You're going to go to get the cut, burn, poison, inject therapies that they have. And they're going to be retiring you early with their sterility strategies. Let's just put it that way.
Yes.
And get you off the earth here real quickly so that this earth can belong to just Ahriman and Lucifer themselves. And that we'll be stuck in this eighth sphere of escapism and materialism forever. That's what they want. So we're breaking out. We're breaking free of the Matrix. We're flying a dead reckoning over Antarctica.
Dave, this was a fantastic conversation. You're one of the top people I would like to have this conversation with because you're one of the first really influential videos that got me going. So here we are. We did it.
We did it. Fantastic. Thanks, bro. Okay. So with that, thanks, everybody. I'm David Avocado Wolf. This is David Weiss, and we are Flat AF.
Nice.
It is a strange thing how little, in general, people know about the sky. It is the part of creation in which nature has done more for the sake of pleasing man, more for the sole and evident purpose of talking to him and teaching him, than in any other of her works, and it is just the part in which we least attend to her. John Ruskin. In this offering, I will share reality, perception, wonder, archetype, and hopefully a sprinkle of wisdom regarding the sky luminaries. Many are looking to the horizon, to the shape, to computer screens, to other land, to mental models, but not many are looking up at what is actually real and observable. Most notable in the luminaries' mysterium is what we call the sun, an epic and enigmatic source of real cycles, real energy, and real wonder. There is nothing new under the sun. Truth is singular and eternal. The sun is a focal point of life-giving heat and light. Only a fool states they know what it is. The close sun within our realm makes one full westward revolution every 24 hours, spiralling out and gradually faster to the Tropic of Capricorn on the winter solstice, and spiralling in and gradually slower to the Tropic of Cancer on the summer solstice, thus giving us the seasons. Looking to the west, we can see a sunset move slightly to the right, curving around on its path. And close to the summer solstice, in northern Norway, we can see the sun never sets to the observer. Here is another way to view the summer solstice. The smaller dome here is a human's observable area, and the larger dome could be presented as a flat sky. This is still an unknown. Here is another way to look at the equinoxes. From Tenerife in June, the top is what the human eye observes, and below is what is really going on. The analemma is where one takes a photo or plot point of the sun at the same time of day, from the same location, over a year. This is from Hong Kong in the Northern Hemisphere, and there is a bigger loop for when the sun is in the Southern Hemisphere, because the sun covers more distance there in its orbit. This clearly shows that the orbit of the sun expands and contracts. It matters not if the analemma is taken from the equator or from the Southern Hemisphere either. The southern loop is always bigger, as one would expect. Here in Stellarium, I have set the time to 5 PM in Europe, faced southwest, and turned on the ecliptic, which is the sun's path. When we keep jumping 24 hours ahead, we can see the sun has completed one orbit each time, and in late May, we can see it's getting higher in the sky towards the summer solstice on the 21st of June, and then starts to go lower in the sky towards the winter solstice in December. Don't let anyone sell you the 23 hours and 56 minutes a day nonsense. In real life, as it shows in Stellarium, we can see only a section of the night sky. When we move, our vanishing point also moves with us. And therefore, what we can see in the sky moves with us too. We know the sky appears to the eye as a dome, but this could be due to perspective. I mean, here it looks like the ground goes up and that the tracks go together, when we know these aren't true. The human eye's vanishing point shows us a visual reality that is not always objective. We simply have not unravelled the flat sky or dome mystery yet. This is all new. This awakening of true cosmology only made a comeback in 2014, the year I also first spoke out about it publicly. In many cases, we need to revel in the mystery and enjoy the mystery. The sun comes into the observer's vanishing point. This is known to most as a sunrise. The sun goes out of the observer's vanishing point. This is known to most as a sunset. If we go up in altitude, the sun comes back into one's field of view as the vanishing point has increased.
When the sun sets in Japan, it's at its zenith in Madagascar, and also rising in Florida. Some ballpark trigonometry shows the sun is around 2,000 to 4,000 miles away. Well, that is, if it is an actual thing within the rules of known physics, which it possibly isn't.
Now, these sunrises and sunsets often appear as different sizes. This is due to one or more of the following: the observer's position, land contour, sea temperature, atmospheric haze, and atmospheric temperature. So how high is our sun? We have seen evidence of localized hotspots. This blue sky layer is around 15 kilometers thick. Why it's blue, nobody really knows. Some say scattering, some say ionized gases, others say plasma. The truth is, it is also a part of the luminary's mysterium. This puppy isn't 93 million miles away. If you believe that, then you've had too much exposure to government scripture. I've even heard rumours that some lovers love each other so much that they have a child, and then they give the child away most of the week to centres that program them with government scripture. But that's all for another time. The sun doesn't have flares, but it does have sunspots. Nobody knows what these are or what creates them, but they do help us prove that the sun above oscillates, which appears to the observer as rotation. The actual light of the sun does many wondrous and irrational things, near impossible to work out logically. Here is the model for sunlight observation for various months. Actual sunlight at any one time is never the same for two different observers. Sunlight has evidence of curve, bend, bulge, mystery, beauty and wonder. The reasons are unknown, and that makes so many uncomfortable. We don't even know if it is really an object. We do know it is a focal point of light and heat. For me, it is probably intelligent consciousness in some way, maybe half in this reality and half in another. It could just be far beyond our comprehension altogether, a reflective or geometric masterpiece of spiritual consciousness, a luminary of the mysterium. The sun has been worshipped and measured for aeons. The Aztec sunstone calendar marks our present world as the fifth sun to them. The Aztecs saw themselves as the people of the sun, whose divine duty was to sacrifice blood to provide the sun with its nourishment. In India, the Konark Temple of the Sun in Orissa, from at least 2000 BC, has complex and intricate sundials. These 24 wheels use complex and detailed shading and measures a magnitude of different units of time and cycles, mostly from sunlight. All around the world there are symbols for the sun, and temples aligned to the sun, marking the solstice and equinox. Astrologically, the sun represents one's basic personality, ego, and outward vitality. It rules the star constellation of Leo. There are many sun gods all around the world, from Egypt to India, and to the current Jesus archetype in Christianity. Now, much of Christianity is about the sky luminaries, known as astrotheology. Jesus is the Son of God, the sun that travels through the 12 zodiac signs. 12 disciples he travels around with, 12 brothers of Joseph, 12 tribes of Israel. The Last Supper painting by the alchemist Da Vinci shows all the zodiac signs having the Last Supper of the year before the crucifixion of the sun in November, after the kiss of death by Scorpio, Judas. The birth of Jesus on the 25th of December is when the sun rises from its lowest point of the year. The sun is born. Now, these stories you can find in other sun deities that are much older than Jesus. The Roman Emperor Constantine, pretty much the founder of Christianity, was a sun worshipper, even after he gave Christianity to the masses in the early 4th century. He also changed the day of worship from the Sabbath to Sunday. The sun was a big part of the secret recipe for the Hermetic alchemists, for the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. And it sits at the centre of the Kabbalistic tree of life. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it states in 11.22.31, sight, visible form, and the reflected image of the sun within the aperture of the eye all work together to reveal one another. But the original sun standing in the sky is self-manifested. Similarly, the Supreme Soul, the original cause of all entities, who is thus separate from all of them, acts by the illumination of his own transcendental experience, as the ultimate source of manifestation of all mutually manifesting objects. Democritus, in BC, said a quote that will help us as we continue through the other luminaries. It will be apparent that it is difficult to discern which properties each thing possesses in reality. The moon is the other large luminary in the sky. It has always been an enigma. It has always been worshipped, and its energy through its mystical phases affect much life in this reality. A mystic once said, "Look at the moon in the sky, not the one in the lake." Another said, "Moonlight drowns out all but the brightest stars." A Taoist author once said, "The moon does not fight, it attacks no one, it does not worry, it does not try to crush others, it keeps its course, but by its very nature, it gently influences." The moon is the same size and distance as the sun, and follows close to the sun's path, the ecliptic. The moon takes about 24 hours and 51 minutes to complete a revolution above us, slower than the sun. The moon is always close to the ecliptic, within 5 degrees above or below. It also comes and goes, just like we saw with the sun. The moon crosses the sun's ecliptic approximately every 2 weeks. These crossings are known as lunar nodes. If it crosses the ecliptic at full moon, we have a lunar eclipse. If it crosses the ecliptic at new moon, we have a solar eclipse. Remember this for later. The moon takes an average of 29 days, 12 hours and 44 minutes to go through one lunar month, one lunar cycle, from new moon through waxing, full, waning, back to new moon. Because of this motion, the moon has a point in time each lunar month when it is closest to the Earth, perigee, a point in time where it is farthest from the Earth, apogee. The sun moves faster than the moon. The sun catches up with it, creating a new moon. It speeds ahead of it. Here, we can see the lunar phases are caused by the relative geometry of the moon to the sun in the flat Earth sky. These two luminaries are linked by what we could call prana, magnetic electron, or chi energy. The first quarter moon is when it is half illuminated and occurs when the sun and moon are 90 degrees apart in the sky. At full moon, the moon is fully powered and fully illuminated when the sun and moon are 180 degrees apart in the sky. The moon self-illuminates and self-deluminates.
I'm married, Miss. You're okay.
It powers up and powers down. There is evidence to suggest this geometric relationship creates the tides in the oceans too. Salt water is ionized and can react to magnetic electro. Another way of talking about the motion of these luminaries is to say the moon travels 14.5 degrees an hour and the sun 15 degrees an hour. So the moon loses 12 degrees a day on the sun. People are okay that the sun is self-illuminating, so people should also be okay that the moon is self-illuminating too. A nice way to remember if the moon is waxing or waning is if it is like a letter C or D. A cat goes, waning, and a dog comes, waxing. These phases can be known far into the future due to the sun and moon's constant speeds. This works as a geometric clockwork, a calendar in the sky, so to speak. Chinese, Thai, Hindu, Islam and Hebrew calendars still today are linked to the moon cycles, the lunar month. If one photograph moon 51 minutes later on successive days, note, due to the moon rising about 51 minutes later each day, over one lunar month it will trace out its own analemma. The moon can be seen above in the sky at the same time in distant places. Depending on where one is on a line of longitude, depends on what degree of rotation the moon will be. To a stationary observer, the moon also appears to rotate as it moves from east to west in the sky. This is only due to perspective. The moon is not actually rotating. It will appear to rotate one way until it is above one's head, and then the other way. Regardless of location, every human on Earth has only ever seen one face of the moon. Therefore it is rational that it appears to many human subconscious and conscious mind as spherical. In a waning phase, the closer the sun gets to the moon, the more power, or self-illumination, the moon loses. And when the sun is very close to the moon, it loses its power. It loses its self-illumination. The moon disappears. Some say we should really see a black silhouette. We don't though. We see nothing. And can pick up nothing with cameras or telescopes. It's just not there. This new moon really could be just that, a brand new moon. And we will layer up on this information later. Then a few days after new moon, at the waxing crescent phase, one can see the slither become illuminated, and the moon starts gaining its power again. Even at other times during the lunar cycle, we can very rarely see something appear to go through the moon, and in this footage it is unknown if this is a star, wandering star, or high altitude drone. At other times, the moon appears as though the blue sky is coming through the moon, but the moon is higher than the layer of blue sky. So is the moon semi-transparent here? Is the moon not totally there in these instances?
Well, I have a kissy.
When the moon is half illuminated,
I want a
is the
kissy
other
with my
half
sister.
there or not? Again, the Luminaries Mysterium has not given us a clear answer as yet. We don't know. We have to continue to revel in the mystery. We don't know what the moon is.
It hurts.
Oh.
All the day.
You're not old, Mama. No, I'm to 37 of the day. You're not old until you're 37 of the day.
I see. I was the older one.
Well, I'm only.
It doesn't matter. No, it's everything.
That's your one little young guy. I love it.
We don't know what craters are. In truth, they are just different shades of light and dark. Worth noting, though, that in the electric universe community, laboratory experiments using electric arcs
Is it? I don't know. He's probably watched us. What are you doing, Sci-Fi?
Slow internet connection. Keep watching. Oh, what happened to the internet?
All right. I did find some scissors in the cabinet yesterday.
Good.
Black ones.
guys, thanks for tuning in. This is Mulder Was Right, Conspiracies and Alternative Facts. Each week we talk about conspiracy theories. I am your host, Brendan, and I am joined with my co-hosts,
Joe.
Sakif.
And Anderson.
And Joe.
Thanks, Joe. All right, this week we are joined by a super special guest. He is the secretary of the Flat Earth Society. This is John Davis.
Hi, thanks for having me on.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for being on. We got a lot of questions for you, John. Why don't we just start off with the top one? So what exactly do you do for the Flat Earth Society?
Well, aside from being a fairly prominent theorist in the society, I also run the membership, the website. I do interviews and lectures, that sort of thing. Talk to great folks like you and answer a lot of questions people have.
Yeah, we've been meaning to send in a postcard to you, by the way.
Oh yeah, I got a pile of those I have to process still. It's always really great to get them now.
Yeah, we'll definitely send you one.
Often people look us out and
So we have there's many laser tests. There's more than just one. And listen, there's been laser tests done on frozen lakes where there will be no refraction. Frozen lakes in the dead of winter in Canada at Lake Manitoba. Actually, so here's one test that was done. So a dude took a bunch of road cones and he spaced them out. He used the truck. He measured the distance with the odometer of the truck. So he had and he had road cones, right? And he took a same type of light, different color, and set on top of the road cones, so the lights are all at the same elevation, a 1 foot road cone. Spaced them 5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles from his camera, which was 6 inches off the surface of the ice. And I'll show you an image of that because this is, to me, one of the best pieces of evidence.
Already based in the image.
Now, each successive light. See, I got the math there. This includes refraction, if there was standard refraction. Each of these successive lights, the 5 mile light should be 9.4 feet beneath the horizon, 14.6 beneath the horizon, 21 feet below the horizon, and 28 feet below the horizon. But all these lights are in a straight line. Now, if they're all successively further and further below the horizon level, how are they in a straight line? Testing, is this thing on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they have an answer for that.
Yeah, that was a beautiful moment of silence because they thought to themselves, interesting.
He said a lot. It was like he was mentioning a bunch of different types of laser tests over ice, over water.
Would you see the did you see the image?
These are
see the image?
Oh, I haven't seen it. Hold on.
Are you in the live stream too? Voice text, bro.
This is one of my favorite ones because this is like the laser test. So the longest laser test is they did a horizontal pan, but this is kind of like in reverse, right? So they have 4 lights in one camera. The other one had a camera in 4 or a laser in 4 locations, right? So they went from further and further distance locations, panning the laser with an electronic aiming device left to right. So you had a reference target. Well, I'll give you the link to that too.
So what's the distance scale on this image?
I mean the distance scale.
So like, so for example, like if let's say, obviously, if you're looking at something that's a foot in front of you, that's a bad example. Let's say something's 100 feet in front of you, you should be able to see, if things are, one thing's up 14 feet, one thing's below 9 feet. But if something's like, 5,000 feet in front of you, wouldn't you'd be substantially?
Yeah, you're asking for the curve calculator, right? You want to see at what rate does it extend, right?
This is the goal prediction of how far they should be below the horizon based upon the camera elevation, which was 6 inches.
I guess
none of these lights should be visible. That's the point.
Okay, that's the point that you're trying to make. Oh, because I'm saying it's like, because you can obviously, like, the image is extremely blurry, and it doesn't look like it looks like it's just 3 different planes with 4 different dots. It's like if this thing is hundreds of miles away or something like that, 28 feet isn't gonna look like anything from that distance.
Well, yeah, angularly, yeah, you're right. It's not gonna be a distant. It's not gonna be much of a distance, but they definitely should not be in a straight line. There should be a separation at least between the first light. Right, the 5 mile light and the 8 mile light is a distance of like 20 feet elevation. So I mean, I can calculate what angle that is. I mean, that's not hard.
You said, is this from a video?
Yeah, I can post the video. You can watch him do the entire test. Like he films his odometer, he films films everything. So these, and like, here's the funny thing, is that when he used his odometer, he used GPS as well, and the distances GPS and the odometer didn't exactly match. But I mean, we know that already.
This is the video? Okay.
Yeah, There's actually 2 parts.
Oh God, it's 15 minutes. Is there a timestamp?
Like I said, it was the whole test, man.
No, I got you.
Unfortunately, Flat Earth has to be ridiculously fucking thorough because of wild accusations. Apparently, they can.
Yeah, I mean, we have to perfectly
can
measure.
fucking just claim that he measured Earth, a fucking gyroscope trip in a fucking 1 paragraph in a scientific journal. But we need to fucking film the cameraman filming another cameraman filming the experiment.
Right.
Actually,
they have to level the laser, right? Because that's a really big deal. So it has to be perfectly level, or they'll just throw out the entire thing and brush it off.
So this actually brought up. This actually brings up one of the bigger reasons as to why I wanted to try to come in here and ask you guys this question is, so not to sound rude or anything, but like, what is the? I guess I understand you guys want to find the truth. Not find the truth. Expose the truth and try to sway the opinion of the majority of the people that believe this. But like, why does it matter? Does it matter because the majority of the population on the planet has been lied to about one particular belief, or I guess I'm not necessarily sure. It's like with I'm not calling this a conspiracy theory, but I'm saying with other major conspiracy theories like 9/11 was an inside job.
Let me ask you a question. You ever been in a relationship with a woman?
I have, yes.
Okay, so if you found out she was lying to you, would that damper your relationship?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so if we're in a relationship with, let's say, the IRS and NASA, and we found out that they were giving people cartoons while taking $60 million a day, you think that might damper our relationship?
But you shouldn't have some sort of relationship with them in the first place because
what do you
they're
mean?
just...
We're forced to. It's a scam.
Got a relationship with my damn paycheck.
Yeah, I'd much rather give my children nicer clothes and better food.
Fuck you mean,
give
bro?
NASA money so they can put out some science fiction that's
okay.
not even as good as the science fiction you go to in the movie. They put out lame ass science fiction, and I have to pay for it, and I overpay.
I want my money back.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, charge us more money because we want better CGI.
Okay, so again, and I understand that, but like even with all of the information that proves everything that's been believed otherwise, and let's say NASA is complete fraud and everything like that, it almost seems like you guys are just. It seems like this is just like a massive uphill battle that you guys in particular probably won't see any sort of benefit from, or even like
that's not
your
true.
children.
That's
Yeah,
not
I
true at
understand.
all.
Yeah, he thinks that we need to convert the world. We don't. We know the truth. It's obvious. We've measured it. We've seen it. I've observed it. Saw Chicago across Lake Michigan from Michigan. I know the earth is flat. I know the globe is a lie.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not I'm not on a crusade to convince people because I know it's so easy to find out. All you have to do is say, I want to find out the truth about my world. I'm going to go out and investigate it. These people say this. Let's go and look into this. Let's find something that actually substantiates this globe because it must be there, right? Because everybody tells us it's there. Guess what? It's not. There's no scientific evidence for the globe whatsoever. So, I mean, it gives you a lot of peace of mind, actually, because a lot of this stuff conflicts. So, yeah, personally, I think it's worth it. You ask why it's worth it. I mean, I would say it's worth it for the world to actually acknowledge reality and not live in delusion. I'd say that's worth fighting for.
I understand.
I want to pile onto that too, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what your personal experience and the personal experience of every human being that has ever walked this earth is that the earth is flat and motionless. Okay.
Yes.
Now there's a handful of people that say 500 over a period of 60 years that say they experienced something else, but everybody else, they've only experienced one thing, right? A flat and motionless earth. But you have other people saying, oh, that's not real. That's outside your perception. There's a greater reality that's really something else. And that your senses, they're all flawed. And, don't believe that. Believe these concepts are actually true. Believe these people have some higher knowledge, right? But you can test what they say. And the reality doesn't comport to what they say.
Okay.
That's an important, I think, thing in general because people live nowadays in this like simulated reality of concepts
of most things,
which have nothing. Yeah, it's all over. Listen, and people ask all the time, why is it important, dude? Just for one day, say to yourself, okay, the Earth is flat, and then to walk around through your life. and notice how many times you experience seeing an imagery of a globe or seeing some space thing or something like that on TV or on, the internet or whatever media you consume. It's everywhere. So if it's not important, why is it everywhere?
Yeah, and also it's even in the language now. I mean, this is something I talk about.
You can say air, right? You can't atmosphere. I mean, you can't even speak.
It's embedded. It's absolutely embedded. And one thing that I noticed throughout my life, I don't know how old you are, Melancholy, but I'm in my mid-30s. One thing I've noticed throughout my life is that when I was 18, everything was international, or it was intercontinental, or it was something like that. Now everything is global. Everything. You cannot say worldwide anymore, or at least, well, you can, but it's not.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not what's said. Like when there's news or there's media, it's always global this, global that. Every new international kind of body that comes up is the global X or the global Y. This is deliberate. This isn't just like people didn't just, we'll just change the use of the language. No, this is deliberate. They're trying to make you think that like you're reinforcing the globe in every way possible. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, because the globe is the conspiracy theory. This is not a conspiracy theory. Go ahead, Hank. You've been trying to say something for a while. Go ahead.
No, you're good. So the most simplest form of brainwashing someone is repeating the same thing over and over again until it becomes the truth. So ever since the kid was in the cradle, they had little thing above the cradle with the star and the sun and the moon and all that stuff. And then they start watching TV or playing on tablets and everything is globe, Universal Studios, and shoved down your face. And they zoom all the way out from Earth in the beginning of the film, and they zoom all the way in on the globe, and the scene starts, for no reason. And it's like everywhere you go in school, like there's a globe and Earth Day and all this stuff, and all in the books and everything. And then when you realize that, this guy created the blue marble on Photoshop, and that none of that is real, why wouldn't I want to tell people?
I understand the standpoint that everyone chimed in with, and I appreciate all your input and feedback. It's just I'm just looking at it more of like I understand that you want to find out the truth, and you want to be able to share that with other people, and a little tidbit on myself is that my parents are very religious people, and they used to shove that down my throat all the time, and I just because of that I didn't want to deal with it. Necessarily I'm sure that someone might say, well, they did the same thing with things that you learned as a kid, whether it's history or like Columbus is a good example, like things like that, or like like the Earth is round or whatever. So wouldn't you want to like expunge your thought process and try to find out the truth? And I guess from my standpoint, maybe it's just because my thought process is like, why does it matter? You know what I mean? Just being able to just do. I guess this is a little bit different than that because like people said, this is coming directly out of your paycheck, because NASA is taking money and this, that, and the third, and it's directly affecting you. But again, it's like unless there's like something that can come up in the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay, I'll tell you, it's like this. Okay, the very people that are pushing all this, right? Their very people have control of your entire life, your children's entire life, the next generation. And listen, I just want to say, well, once people find out a lie this big has been propagated against them, then they are no longer going to be under the spell to where they just trust and they believe on faith without asking any questions. So if they have like future endeavors or future ill intent or malicious like plans or agendas or whatever, which you can bet your bottom dollar that they do, and you'll start looking into those once you realize, the lies, once you realize they're lying to you, especially on a lie this big, this massive of a scale. Then when they try to push those future propagandas on you and future agendas, you're not going to just listen to them and believe them on faith.
Well,
it breaks their spell because you know what it does? It makes you start questioning things and thinking for yourself. That's what it does.
Well, why
don't you ask yourself, why did they think it's important? That's the point I was trying to make. Why do they think it's so important that they need to saturate media with it?
Again,
think about how much does space actually affect the everyday life of people. Now think of a profession that has 600 people in it, and you open up a newspaper, you turn on a television, they're talking about NASA, International Space Station, all this crap, right? Which is a very, very infinitesimally small portion of the human population. I mean, what if they just said, okay, we're going to have just like all stuff about plumbers on TV all the time and all the ads on the sides of buses and cabs and freaking at the start of news programs and just like some random profession.
Yeah.
Why would you you'd be like, this is retarded. But why are they doing it with this particular subject? Right? That's what you need to ask yourself. It's important to them. They're devoting money, resources, time to this. And for what purpose? Why are they why is this message being sent out, broadcast to everybody?
Yep. Why do I get Google notifications about what NASA is doing and SpaceX is doing every day? Why?
I guess I can understand. I'm sorry to cut you off. I guess I can see where things are starting to formulate and line up accordingly now. I again, I'm just from. I get
just to bring it back real quick to a just a foundation, right? Like you're saying it's starting to formulate. Well, when does it start to formulate, right? When does what they teach you actually coincide with what you experience in the world?
Oh, well, I mean, to combat that, if you don't mind, is that, most of the things that you do learn as a child or even, as a teenager doesn't really necessarily matter as you get older and formulate your ideas on
and that's
anything.
The problem right here. You should be having an education that relates exactly to your world, and you don't. Exactly. That's the problem. That's not a reason.
And that's something that I can
exactly what's wrong.
While you said it doesn't matter, remember what Indio just said. He asked you, why does it matter to them so much? Why do you see a globe everywhere you go? Why every news channel, everything has got a globe on it? It does matter, obviously. To them,
I guess I give you an example. Listen, let me give you an example of something. There's a cartoon called Rabbids, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's on PBS. It's for kids. Then they're rabbits, and they get into hijinks and cause trouble. They're from space. We don't have rabbits on Earth. Why can't they just be Earth rabbits? Why do they have to be space rabbits?
I mean, but at the same,
dude, this like watch some children's programming. Right, and programming. Watch some children's programming. Almost everything in children's programming, no matter what the scenario is for the program, is related to space in some way.
Casting
spells. It's permeated in every way. Listen, I remember one time turning on Netflix and the top. Yeah, you know how they have the top 10 movies. 7 of those movies were space movies.
That's fair.
It's disproportionately everywhere for its actual, interaction with our daily lives. It's just everywhere. Why is it important to them that this has to saturate our media?
Well, I guess. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say they bombard us with it to us so much that when a few people start asking questions like, "Hey, wait a minute. This doesn't purport with what I experience." Now those people are made to look crazy.
Yeah, but they do that. But that happens with everything. I guess that's the main. I guess when I look at it, it's more about. I don't know if many of you from the States or from the UK or Europe or anything like that, but and when I think about things that I learned as a child and everything like that, and how I was taught one thing and it lines up with something else, and those things end up getting refuted, and then people bring it up. I guess, yeah, okay. I guess when I look at situations like this, I guess I don't really think that why would they lie about this? But then you look at everything else that they taught you as a kid, and you can learn that most of the things that they did teach you aren't necessarily true. In different circumstances like that.
Yeah,
so,
like can I just ask Columbus. You go ahead now. You go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say that, personally, I think it's the main thing is to hide the creator in all honesty, because at the end of the day, they don't really need the money. They have other ways to control you and whatnot. But the main thing is, if you, at least personally, and a lot of people that are here that I know of, they believe in a creator. I have yet to meet a flat earther that's an atheist. It's easier to hide God, and it's easier to make you believe that you're just an accident that is just spinning through space without a purpose, when it's a ball, right? Mm-hmm. You just accidentally came into this life, just the Big Bang, into a perfect order, just accidentally. So Yeah, so from my perspective, it's definitely to hide the creator. And once you realize that the earth is flat, you're able to see that you're special. This place, whatever it is made specially for you. So whatever that purpose is in life, you need to figure that out.
Okay, I like that.
And is there, and I want to add on to that definitely, because if the creator isn't your highest authority, what is? What is the replacement for that? State, right?
I suppose, yes.
The state and the smart people, those priests, right? Those are new priests. So the secular state replaces God. Then your devotion and your fidelity goes towards them. And then you just believe. I mean, come on, look what's going on right now with the COVID thing, right? Trust the science. The scientists are priests, man. They're just whatever a scientist said, it's automatically true, and people automatically follow it. You just get on TV, say the scientist said it, and boom, people just bow, just like in church, just like that thing you say you fought against, right? Forced religion. This is just a different. It's a religion without a God. That's all it is.
Yeah, I've just got two things to add on to that, just to expand. First of all, they are aware of what we're saying being true, and the evidence is communism, right? Any communist dictatorship that has ever done anything anywhere, the first thing it did was get rid of religion. It's the first thing it did. So that was true in communist Russia, it was true in communist China, it was true in Cambodia, it was true in Laos. Ton of different socialist South American countries where they tried to get rid of Catholicism with varying success. They know that they're competing, that they're actually competing worldviews. State and religion are competing worldviews. They know this, right? So it's not like some communists went, yeah, you can be Christian if you want, and others didn't. Like, they all know this. So this is like established true. The other interesting thing, just to add to what Indio said, is that especially in the UK, I don't know about the US, but in the UK, there are tons of credentialed experts who are questioning the narrative, and they don't get heard on television. Tons of credentialed experts. There's something called the Great Barrington Declaration, which has been signed by, last time I checked, 650,000 people, including 30,000 health practitioners. So this isn't like 3 or 4, 30,000 health practitioners and 10,000 public health data scientists. These are the people who would know what's going on. And they're questioning the narrative publicly, and they're being ignored. So, where do you go from there? If 99% of we're in a situation right now where a few people who run big tech and media can literally cherry pick their quote unquote experts and make sure they get blanket coverage to push any narrative.
Of course, that's been the thing for ages.
No, that's only really true in the last few years. Before then, people didn't really engage with the media as much as they do now because they didn't have the media in their pockets. You know, when I was younger, it was television, and that was it. The internet was in its infancy. I was on the internet fairly early, but most of my friends were kind of like assuming that the internet was for geeks. They were too busy playing with their mates, going out playing football, the rest. Online gaming is really only the last 10 years that's become a massive thing, maybe 20. So this kind of hegemony that they have over information is really quite insidious now. It's quite, I would even go as far as to say nefarious. It's everywhere. They can cherry pick whoever they like, whatever they like, and make sure you see it everywhere all the time.
Okay. Yeah, and if you don't mind, I just want to add on to that. So these fact checker groups, these specially funded groups, often funded by people like Soros, like people who are complete globalists, they get to, tell you what's reality and what's not, but you don't ever get to ask, like, well, how do we know? Like, they just often debunk like the weakest straw man of the original argument, and they never go to the source and try to debunk that. So you got the people telling you what's truth and what's fake news and what's reality, right? But shouldn't everybody get to decide what's real and what's not? And then, you got to think, like, once the state becomes your god, well, then you're more likely to, get rid of your rights, to easily just let them go for safety or for whatever reasons. Because, if you're a religious person, you have unalienable, inalienable rights that were given to you by the Creator. If you're a statist, then you got protected rights from the state.
Privileges granted to you by some dude.
Well, it's the old Bill Hicks. I mean, I actually think that Bill Hicks and George Carlin were actually journalists, not
comedians.
They weren't comedians.
Yeah.
Whereas nowadays, quote unquote, comedians are actually PR. They're PR. They push narratives. You get someone like who's that guy who pretends to be a Republican, but he's actually a Democrat. What's his name?
Steve Colbert.
That's it, Colbert. Yeah, you get like he is quite literally. He is quite literally what we're talking about. They put up a straw man, and then Stephen, like all Democrats assume that Stephen Colbert is what Republicans are, right? So this is what's being done to the flat Earth as well. It's literally the people that are put up as quote unquote flat earthers that you actually have heard about in the media. They are the Stephen Colberts of flat Earth.
That's understandable. All right, well, I just wanted to come in here and pick your brains a little bit. I appreciate all the, feedback, information, et cetera, et cetera. It was nice talking to you guys.
Can I ask, just before you go, would you consider yourself a glober or on the fence or flat earther? What's your kind of view?
Honestly, man, I'm just, I haven't really put too much or basically any thought into it. Most things that I learned at school, kind of just rock with it. Don't really think about anything else because it doesn't directly affect my life. Directly anyway, you know what I mean? And I'm not thinking about it in a financial scale or anything like that, or like, X, Y, Z. I'm seeing this all over the place. It's just, I wake up, I do my thing, I go to sleep. I try not to think about stuff like that. It's mentally exhausting trying to think about all the different things that are going on in the world and how they negatively affect most things. Because at that point, you can either, try to be a rebel and try to fight for a cause. You can just deal with it, or you can just be, become absolutely fucking miserable, which is what happens a lot of the time. So I just try to ignore most of it. You know what I mean? There's not much that I, as one person, can do. So.
Oh, please. No, you can do many things. You seem like a very reasonable person. And even the fact that you recognize that most of your education was pointless means that you're so far ahead of so many people. I mean, I personally homeschool my children so that I actually do teach them things that have to do with the real world where they live. And we focus on, because that's how children learn, is that the educational system is completely turned on its head, where, as you said, they start with abstract concepts that children can't possibly grasp. Children are concrete learners and should always go from the concrete to the abstract until their brains are much more mature. And so, but it's not too late for you to educate yourself about whatever you're interested in. I mean, the fact you've come in here and spoken to us so calmly and politely about this, I mean, much more calmly. And most of the people that come in here, they're so emotional about it, like they can't even consider the idea of propaganda, even though they might have been taught in history class about propaganda, but then they can't even consider the fact that they are living in the most highly propagandized time of history. This is not normal. Like you said something like, oh yeah, that's just how it always is. No, like Crypto said, no, this is a huge change that's been building for a while, and it's at its max right now. So, I encourage you to just keep thinking, asking questions like you, because you are ahead of the game here, Melancholy. So, keep going with that. Keep going with that.
Just one last thing before I leave. There's really not a lot of it's obviously, not to sound rude, but it's also very easy to come in here and troll you guys because you guys believe. No, I don't want to say believe. You guys have found something that is completely abstract from the majority of things. The majority of what most people were taught. So obviously, it seems like
what do they teach you in school about to think about people that thought the Earth was flat, right? What do they teach even at a young age?
They don't teach. Well, they don't teach.
They those sailors, right? They thought they would sail off the edge.
Well, I'm not even talking about people. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that even in school, they teach you at a very young age that people that think the Earth is flat are dumb.
Just fall off. Yeah, they would just fall right off the edge.
They're dumb, that they're uneducated, and that we got smart during the Enlightenment and we figured out it was a globe. But then when you ask any Glober details about it, what do they say? I'm not a scientist. I don't know. So it's like, what? So it's a total contradiction. Only dumb people believe the Earth is flat, but it takes you be a scientist to know it's a globe.
I understand what you're saying.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The one thing I really want to say is, though, I understand what you say about conspiracy theories. They can be stressful that the world's such a fucked up place. Yeah. Flat Earth is, listen, I don't feel any stress about the globe. I don't care if everybody thinks it's a globe. They can go believe in cartoons. They can believe in Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny, the Loch Ness Monster, UFOs, ghosts, fairies, whatever they want. It's not stressful to me. We're not here to convince anybody of anything. We're only here to say, listen, they're saying this. This is what it is. You can take that information and do whatever you want with it. You can continue on with your belief in the face of all your human experience and anything you can actually demonstrate. Or you can say, hey, that's a bunch of bullshit, and I'm gonna come back to reality, where the real world is.
Yeah, I commend you for saying it doesn't stress you out. But again, just from my standpoint, it's just because this is just like a tip of the iceberg. Because then you start to dive into every other fucking thing that's going on, and you're like, oh, that's extremely overwhelming, and you have to completely rewire your brain. And depending on your age group, that could be way more difficult.
Right.
I have to disagree with that.
Right.
You just have to learn to let go of things that are not true. So it might make your life easier to know when you lay down tonight that when you're laying down that you are horizontal. You wouldn't know that if you were spinning. You're on solid ground. So that might make your life go easier.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a couple of things I just wanted to say. First of all, the idea that flat Earth is the tip of the iceberg, no. Flat Earth is the iceberg. It's the whole iceberg. And the reason I say that is because when you think you live on a globe, as Indio said, but your everyday experience is the contrary. When you say, no, fuck that, what I experience is my experience, and you start to actually trust what you perceive, obviously with rules. You can't just believe whatever the fuck you want. You start to say, right, I don't feel movement, can't measure movement. It's not moving. The end. I don't see curvature, can't measure curvature. It's not curving. The end. You can then discard all of these opinions that you hear all the time. You noticed how the news is never bringing good news. It's always bad news. It's always news to stress you out. It's always news to make you feel fear. I don't worry about any of that anymore, because the news comes on. They tell me to be scared of something. I go, I'm not scared of it. Job done. It's simple.
That's fair. And again, I guess when I was saying tip of the iceberg, I was more of like, this is something that I'm realizing, and then you start to get into a bunch of different other things. I'm not saying this is this is, you know what I mean? I'm not saying this is the
yeah, we know what you mean.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
So it really is kind of like this. I think it's I think maybe what you're seeing at this point right now in your experience of flat Earth, you are seeing the 10% of the iceberg possibly.
Mm-hmm.
But that little chunk of this iceberg leads to the whole iceberg.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Yeah, good point.
You're right.
Well, you better. I was just going to say, you better get used to it, because the next thing coming is the fake alien invasion, which they're laying the foundation. Well, they've been laying the foundation for many, many years, but they're actually coming out and talking about it. But if you know that you can't leave this place and nothing can enter this place because we're contained, then you can't be fooled by that.
I got you. I'm sorry. I gotta go. It was good talking to you guys. Have a good night. Hopefully I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, thanks for coming. I've given you value tag as well, so because I think I feel
yeah, of course. You gotta be skeptical. I got you.
No, what I've said is I've given you the value tag because we feel like this was a good conversation, so that's kind of a compliment.
Because you're a valuable person.
You're actually like a normal person.
You just don't understand how rare this is for us. Yes,
I got you.
We love you.
Have a good night, guys.
Bye-bye.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
at the bottom because it's further away from its source.
Rubbish.
Wait, what?
He said, I'll translate, nuh-uh.
Powerful argument.
There's going to be a lot of nuh-uhs going on soon, and it's not going to be from me.
Shut up. You're dumb. You're probably the dumbest person in here.
Tell us why the Earth is flat.
Demonstrably.
Tell us how did you discover that the Earth is flat?
Don't speak to me.
I woke up and I walked out of the house and it was flat.
And you think just by looking at it, knowing that, given that the size of the Earth, that you just think it's automatically flat?
Why should I think otherwise?
Are there any reasons why you could be wrong?
Why should I think otherwise?
Answer my question. Are there any reasons that you could be wrong?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Right? There could be wrong, but we start with that axiom, right?
Yeah. So
and what we see is what we get.
Looks flat to you.
It looks flat to everyone.
Therefore,
everyone. So that's a rationalization. So you're using like a rationalization. It could be flat. This experience could be real, but there's reasons why it couldn't be. So, that's your rationalization. So bring some like meat to that bone.
That's good. We're getting somewhere. Could be flat.
Could be. On first impression, that's what it is.
That's excellent. So let's drop this is flat business, all right?
Well, I mean, we verified it after that. You said, where did you get the idea in the first place? And I gave it to you.
What did you do?
Well, there's been laser tests. There's been measurements. There's,
really?
Those sorts of things. Yes, really.
What controls did you do for the refraction?
How would you control for that?
I'm asking you the question.
What controls were they done? Well, they did a horizontal pan. They did horizontal panning, and they also did vertical tilting of it to see and to measure how much the angle at the other end changed.
Garbage.
Oh.
Okay, so Mike Kavanaugh actually gave an interview about this with Nathan Oakley where he described the entire experiment. Have you ever watched it? You ever heard what he said? Mike Kavanaugh actually has more degrees than you got.
I've watched that garbage show many times, and it's all rubbish.
Listen, this was just an interview. This wasn't like his show. It's an interview he did.
What else have you got?
You could email them and ask them. They are a public nonprofit.
All right, let's take it from here. So let's talk about your flat Earth. Is the North Pole in the center?
Maybe.
What do you mean?
What do you mean by North Pole?
How much time do you need to work it out?
I don't know. What do you mean by North Pole? Even within your model, there are several. Geographic, magnetic. Which one are you talking about?
Talking about magnetic West Pole.
Yeah.
Hey, why is Phil telling us to look into? Why is he telling us to ask about flat Earth? Why aren't we asking about the globe right now?
Because I want to know about flat Earth. That's why.
Phil, you don't know about the measurable curvature of the globe.
I want to know about flat
asking
Earth.
Any questions about flat Earth right now?
I gave you one. You're responsible.
I'll ask whatever questions I like. Now you just tell me what makes you think the Earth is flat.
The globe
You're the one who thinks the Earth is flat. Explain why you think the Earth is flat.
I just told you, and you're not on it.
No, Phil. I'm sorry, Phil. No. You're not going to come in here and ask questions about flat. You need to figure out if the Earth is a globe.
I'll come in here and I'll ask whatever questions I like.
Stop talking, Phil. You need to ask questions about the globe first. Is there any measurable curvature found on this globe of the one that makes the positive claim that there's measurable curvature? Where is this measurable curvature at? We don't have any.
I want to know about why you think.
No, you don't want to know. You need to know about the globe first. Establish if the globe is the actual paradigm, and then you can ask
nothing to do with whether the Earth is flat or not.
You need
to that's what he's trying to get to. Sorry, Miggy, you're very quiet in the background.
You must have an idea.
Professor Phil.
Yeah, I just told you why.
Yeah, you've asked a question, you've been told why, and Miggy's also trying to tell you why.
And how does the North Pole's existence, non-existence would ever demonstrate the profile of the Earth? What does that got to do with it?
I'm trying to work out how you think the Earth.
What does the pole have to do with a curving surface?
I'm trying to establish what does the Earth look like in your.
And I'm trying to figure out how that just isn't a red herring, and how you jumped off the laser measurement to the North Pole, which has nothing to do with curvature.
I've already established that you think the Earth is flat. Because some laser experiment that
laser that was actually 7. They were done in 2 different locations. 2 at one location was 3 weeks apart. They took meteorological conditions. They panned the laser from left to right from a reference target through 3 other targets. Do you even know any details of the actual test? Or are you just not eyeing it with complete ignorance?
I have watched several of these things. Yes.
No, it's not a video. It's actually a report that's in PDF form.
He watched it though.
I watched some late that was done on Jeranism's show or something like that.
I don't know where Jeranism does or doesn't do.
All right.
So apart from what's your problem?
Now, just tell me about Antarctica. What's that like?
Never been there. Never been there. So we're not going to talk about a place I've never been to. I want to know what your problem with laser transit is.
Australia?
No. But I want to know what your problem, because you're just hand waving it away and not addressing it, and you're just going to talk through me.
Have you not? You've said you've not been to Australia, but can you talk about Australia even though you've not been there?
I'd have to probably speak to an Australian and get some better information.
Yeah. What the hell is this?
I don't know. Some kind of sophistry, man. It's a lot of bollocks.
Is this some type of Elmer Fudd sophistry about you ask people where they've been and you want to go there, and why don't we talk about some place you haven't been? What is your scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion?
We're not talking about the ball. We're talking about.
Oh, we're not. We better not, because you don't have any.
Yes, there's plenty of evidence that the Earth is spherical. The fuck? I want to know what evidence there is that the Earth is flat.
Well, wait a minute. Isn't the Earth observably flat? And even Neil deGrasse Tyson says it. So is it depending on you to prove that it's not flat?
Let me just have a look and see if I can't jump an image for you to have a look at.
God, here we go.
So, check this out. We established that the Earth is flat as a logical axiom because it's self-evident that that's what it is. Okay, the evidence to the contrary needs to be provided. So you can keep saying, what's the evidence for the flat Earth? The evidence is just the first impression of what we experience. Now it's up to you to show evidence that our experience is somehow false.
There's plenty of evidence that the Earth is definitely not flat.
Right, let's have it one by one. Let's go.
Oh, for instance, ships going over the horizon.
Hold tight. Sorry, that's a claim to physical geometric location. Hold on. That's a claim to physical geometric location, as in physical horizon. 4 things to hide behind physically. The horizon's demonstrated to not be physical and apparent, so therefore can't be physically hiding things and can't be used as measurements to base any geometry on.
It was complete word salad. Rubbish.
How did you account for refraction?
Pardon?
That was complete rubbish.
What part of that was rubbish? Slowly.
You don't like salad.
Okay. Which part of that was rubbish? Which part specifically?
Please explain to me how it is that the ships go over the horizon bottom first.
Can be for a number of reasons, but your claim is physicality of the horizon, which it isn't. It's apparent.
Wrong.
How did he account for refraction? And
laughing won't help you.
Listen, I'm laughing because this is an honest joke. So if we show ships go over the horizon where it can't possibly be the horizon that the globe says it is, it's some shorter distance, then what's the reason for that?
There could be all sorts of reasons why you see the horizon in a different place.
No, I'm talking about you see the horizon obstructing a boat bottom first, and as it gets further away, eventually you don't see it. If you see that on some shorter distance than what the globe predicts, so say the globe predicts 2,500 feet, the horizon is, and you see the boat disappearing, but instead of that, you see that happen 5 times closer at 500 feet. What is the mechanism for that?
It won't happen.
Okay.
Wow.
Let me direct your attention to live stream voice text.
That was dope.
No,
this is recorded, right?
Yes, always. Yeah. So I'm going to show you a better. That's just a GIF, but I'll show you a better video I got. So there's a lady named Sky Free. Well, I mean, it's 30 seconds. You don't have to review it now. So the GIF actually just shows it. It's in a. I don't know why that's not happening to me.
I can't see what you're talking about.
Okay, there's an animated GIF in the live stream, so it's color corrected to increase the contrast. So this is a camera height of 2 inches. The globe predicts the horizon from 2 inches is 2,500 feet away. This lake is only 600 feet long, and this boat completely disappears beyond the horizon. But the horizon, it's not at the horizon yet on the globe, so how does it disappearing?
Let me show you an example.
And I showed it full color. This girl, Sky Free, and her boyfriend have replicated this about 20 times on a couple different lakes. They've had boats with flags, boats with lights on it, just lights, a bunch of different combinations, and they can just get these little RC boats to just vanish into thin air. Somehow. But this lake is only 600 feet long.
Let me show you.
So we know why this happens, right? This is called total internal reflection.
No, it's got nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
No shit. Really?
That's the point. You realize he just showed you the thing you said.
Let's just
won't happen, right?
Let's
hey, Phil, buddy boy. You realize he just showed you what you said isn't going to happen, right? Won't happen. He just showed that to you. You have any rebuttal to that?
Yes, I'll show you in a second.
Okay. Let's look at one image of what? This is the physical location of the horizon, and it's physically blocking the bottom of this object that I'm going to show you. This is it. Is it?
Okay. Look at the buildings. Where's the bottom of the buildings?
The same place that boat is.
Where's the boat?
The end of the diffraction limit.
We're talking about many floors, not a little boat.
We're talking about a boat in a little lake. That just did what you're showing us the building is doing.
You're not talking about something that might
many. But you're trying to be cute by saying many floors, right? So all that matters is the subtended angle. So you could say 20 floors, 30 floors. Depending on how far the building is beyond this, right? Like, so a 1 meter wave, a 1 meter.
Do you want to explain where the
I'm trying to, but you're talking too much, right? So say this horizon is like 1 kilometer away, right? And the building is 10 kilometers away. A 1 meter wave, 1 kilometer away is going to block 10 meters at the building. So you could say, where's all these floors? It doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Right? So just like my thumb can block the Empire State Building if I hold it in front of my face, doesn't mean anything. You're trying to just mix and match absolute sizes to some some apparent size.
Where's the pedigree information on? Where's the pedigree information?
Yeah, like how far away is the building? Is it high tide, low tide? Is there a tidal bore? I mean, like.
Yeah, we want detail, Mr. Scientist. We want some pedigree information with your photo here. Not just here, look, where's the floors at? Right? Some pedigree information. Observer height, distance to the buildings, sort in that vein.
And you want to know.
How did you control for refraction?
That's my question. Wait a minute. That's my question. What's sinking? Anybody can tell me what sinking is?
Yes, I know what sinking is.
Yeah, but we're diverting from the question, right?
What is it? What is sinking? Tell me what it is. What is it?
This is where refraction, where normally you've got cold air with warm air, but when you get warm air with cold air, you get sinking. Okay.
What is sinking? Now, what is it? If you use to see it, what is it?
Word salad.
This is
word salad.
Okay, have a look at these wind turbines.
That was
No, we're sticking to your buildings.
Rubbish, mate.
I want you to look at the wind turbines.
No, we're sticking with your buildings before we get to the windmills. Why don't you answer his question?
I don't
answer his question. He asked you what sinking was.
I told you what sinking was. This is where refraction causes things to appear to sink, right?
Quite simple. Appear to sink behind what?
Now, can you please have a look at the wind turbines?
No. Sink behind what? Sink behind what?
Whatever
do you sink behind?
Whatever you're looking at.
So what am I looking? So if there's a horizon out there, is it sinking behind the horizon?
If the conditions are right, that can happen. Yes.
Okay. Do you have the pedigree information on this photo so we know what the temperature variation of the water, the air? Do you have all that?
Have a look at the wind turbines.
No,
that means
we can see the image.
That would be a no then, right, Phil?
No, I don't have the specifics.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Have a look at the wind turbines, please.
Okay, what about
got specs for those?
Yeah.
Where's the
we need observer height? We need observer height and distance.
Why is it that the distance to the wind turbines, the further away they are, the more they sink?
What distance? What's the observation height? What's going on?
Because shit gets smaller with distance. It's called second grade. Angular size change with distance. So,
sorry, but they're not getting smaller.
Sorry. So they're not getting shit's not getting smaller with distance.
You can see that compared to the ones that are closer, that's not that much smaller.
Oh, there's not that much smaller. Okay,
stop fooling yourself.
Oh, okay, stop fooling myself. Okay, what is the observer's height here, and how far is the horizon away?
I don't know exactly the distance, but as far as it would be in the
empty plane then.
No, this is empty. What you're doing, you're showing photos and then wrapping your fairy tale story around it with no evidence. With no evidence. What does empirical mean?
Stop fooling yourself.
What does empirical mean?
Calm down, man.
You sound big mad.
What does empirical mean, Mr. Tapping on the whiteboard?
I don't give a damn about that. Now you just tell me.
So what you're doing is you're wrapping your fairy tale story around a simple observation, which is basically religion.
I told you there would be a lot of nuh-ahs going on.
Oh, yeah, you're the one that's taking them. Mr. Rubbish.
You also said it wouldn't be you saying it, but that's clearly been proven wrong.
Be a lot of nuh-ah.
Yeah, you've held up. Yeah,
5 of them.
I'm not going to let you go.
You've held up swimmingly, my friend. Hey, Prof. You just provided 2 pictures with no information, which means nothing. So you have provided nothing here so far.
Let's go back to the RC boats. Obviously, RC boats are a lot smaller than those wind turbines. So, yeah, that's why.
No, where the bottom of the wind
Where's turbine? That boat?
Where's the bottom of the RC boat? Answer that first. Okay, now make your RC boat a little bit bigger. There's your answer, Professor Phil.
The turbine is huge. They're hundreds of feet high.
Rubbish.
Word
salad.
Professor Phil, you really don't look around you very much, do you?
I'm afraid you don't. I think you do.
No. Do you want to explain why? Would you like me to explain why?
Stop for a second. You have decided to join your little cult.
Oh,
no evidence.
Join us. I'm trying to just trying to back up what I just said about how you don't look around you.
Now, please explain to me about Actually, I've got another one for you to have a look at.
Why are we explaining your photos? Shouldn't you be the one explaining them?
He can't. He wants us to explain them.
Would you go up to a complete stranger and then ask him to explain something for that which they have never made a claim for? Are you batshit insane?
You're the one who said the Earth is flat.
Are you batshit insane? Yeah, but I'm not here to explain your photos. You are.
Is the Earth flat?
You are. You explain your evidence, sir.
Tell me if you think
Could I just interrupt here? Sorry, Quantum.
Evidence, sir.
One of the things Professor Phil always says, Quantum, is that you never say the Earth is flat. He's just stated that you say the Earth is flat. So which is it, Phil? Does Quantum Eraser say the Earth is flat, or doesn't he?
I've no idea. He's there now. He can say it for himself.
Oh,
you just said it, didn't you?
Well, he can say it for himself. He's there.
Phil, why do we have to explain your evidence? Does that make any sense?
Why don't you just tell us if you think the Earth is flat?
Why should I explain your evidence, counselor? Bailiff!
Why don't you just tell us whether you think the Earth is flat?
Grab him by his short little pee-pee and throw him out on his neck.
Come on. Is the Earth flat or not?
You're a numpty dipshit. You, sir, are a numpty dipshit. You're asking us to explain your evidence.
Just tell me whether you think the Earth is flat or not.
Is the globe a circle?
That's insane, sir. Sorry. That's why Indio left. He said, fuck this. You're a moron.
Is the Earth flat or not?
Your sister is.
This really the best argument you got, bro? Prof, this is the best argument.
I've got a photo to show you.
You have any measured curvature at all? You got any of that on hand?
Oh yes,
on
plenty of that.
Plenty of that.
We're not
Provide us
claiming
with that, please.
We're not claiming.
Because that's the positive claim, right? Is that the Earth is some type of fucking magic water balls flying around in a vacuum, right? Yeah. You got evidence for that?
What magic water? I don't know what magic water balls you're talking about.
Magic, bro. Magic.
It's the one you believe you live on.
I'm not a believer in magic.
You're just a believer in balls. How they become balls? Well, that's not your business.
Yes, I certainly believe that.
How it is a ball and curved, that's none of your business.
You're supposed to be a prof, and you got like low-level Globers actually putting up a better argument than you. This is
really
sad.
Yeah, really.
This is embarrassing.
Embarrassing for me.
Two pictures. First of all, you claim something would never happen. 2 seconds later was proven that dead wrong. Then you provided 2 pictures with no information whatsoever and asked us questions about it. As if we're supposed to explain your nonsense.
On every count.
Also, he hollered obscenities.
Wrong on every count.
This is real corny, bro. This is like old and busted right here.
Hang on, I'm just looking for a photo for you so that you can.
You did come in with that like ready.
This is actually got some. This actually does have some figures with it. So, just a minute.
But how are you going to explain the RC boat, though? Are you ever going to try and explain that?
It's just too inconclusive for me to make any comments about that.
Come, dude, listen. The RC boat has disappeared bottom first, and you've claimed that's the reason why the Earth is a ball. Explain that, dude. Unless you're just a believer. Rubbish.
I like this rubbish tonight. It's funny.
You asked me about the Earth being a sphere. Of course, you know that satellites, don't you?
Boats disappearing bottom first as evidence. Are you ever going to explain that?
Yes, I have. I've already given you 2 pieces of evidence.
Yeah, you're saying it's inconclusive, but this is your evidence. It's the ball.
Another one, just as a matter of
then what's going on with the RC boat if that's not the curvature of the Earth?
I'm not interested in that particular thing.
You're not interested in your own fucking explanation and fucking evidence that the Earth is a ball.
It's inconclusive. I told you that.
Inconclusive. It's your evidence. That's your problem, man. Fix it.
The photo is poor and inconclusive. I would not use it as evidence.
Oh, you've got problems.
This man. You're the one who's got a problem. The problem is you, who's stuck in a cult.
No, mate. I'm asking you to explain your evidence that is contradictory. And you're saying it's not, and you're saying you're not interested in this. So whose problem is this? It's your evidence, bro. So it's your problem. You have to fix it. just gonna ignore it and talk about fucking stars and shit that doesn't? It's not relevant.
Yes, of course they are relevant.
Stop lying to yourself.
Stars are very relevant.
We just have someone just like to hear himself freaking talk. That's all we have.
That's the best they got.
You poor victim.
No, you're the victim.
Is that really the best they got, man? Is there anyone else we could bring in better, more productive? Because this one's kind of a dud.
I can feel the love.
Brenda.
Your laughing is really not helping you.
Well, at least with Brenda, I could maybe learn something.
Well, you can learn something. You ask me some good questions, and I'll answer them for you as much as I can.
Why is the RC boat disappearing bottom first in that video?
I don't know about that particular thing. I told you it's inconclusive. You can't make any.
All you got to do is answer the question why it is disappearing bottom first. Because it can't be the curvature of the Earth, so you must know why, right?
I don't.
So you're just gonna ignore this very thing, this very experience that your eyeballs can see. You're gonna ignore it and go look at some fucking math. You're not going to explain what you're seeing, right? That's how ignorant you are, bro. Being ignorant, and you don't even know that. Really, how old are you, mate? This is embarrassing. That's what I mean.
No,
embarrassing yourself. I'm embarrassed for you.
You don't need to be.
Well, then you don't need to be concerned about these victims either. Don't worry. Go help with the coronavirus or something. Go help with world peace or something. We're all right here. We're fine. We're not going to die for believing the Earth is flat. Just like you're not going to die for not being able to explain this RC boat disappearing bottom first. You don't have to, right? So why should we explain anything to you, Phil?
Well, you're the one who said the Earth is flat.
You're the one sticking your nose in the wrong freaking hole.
Who hasn't said that the Earth is flat?
The Earth is not a ball. Can you understand that?
I want to hear you
from there. Flat is not a shape, you fucking idiot. Is the globe a circle?
How about just keeping it civil?
Is the globe a circle? Answer the question.
It's a sphere.
Is it a circle? Yes or no? Then stop asking people if the Earth is flat.
You know exactly what I mean by flat.
You know exactly what I mean too. So why the hell are you asking these silly questions?
Have a look at the have a look at the photograph.
Why are these RC boats disappearing bottom first?
Have a look at the photograph.
Curvature of the Earth. Answer the question, man.
I'll have a go at
that. I'll have a go at that, Professor Phil.
I want you to have a look at this photograph that I want.
You know that photo in the upper left-hand corner is a black swan.
Have a look at
you numpty dumbass dipshit.
Tell me where look at the one on the.
Tell me how far. Give us the pedigree information here. Observer height and distance to the first platform.
Just tell me where are the platforms gone?
Where are the platforms? Where are the platforms?
The photo on the left-hand side.
Right there. I see both of them.
The photo on the left-hand side.
Please explain this. Okay, I'll explain it. What is the observer height and what is the distance to the first platform?
Well, apparently I heard is that the observer height was very close to the water, so something within a couple of feet.
Okay, no, it's 1 foot. And how far is the horizon away from him?
Well, apparently that was, if you're looking at the bottom right one, the one at the rig over there, looking on the left-hand side, on the left-hand top, that would be approximately 3 miles.
That's not 3 miles.
To the horizon.
No, it's not. That's 6.21 miles. It's at the base of Platform Hill House.
And then, no, it's not.
At the base of Platform Hill House, Phil. You numpty dipshit. This is a black swan photo.
The base of that platform is missing. Okay.
What?
Now,
where is the horizon?
The horizon would be approximately 3 miles away.
It is not 3 miles away. It's 6.21 miles away. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. You're a numpty dipshit.
DJ's on the way.
Now let's have a look at the photo that's on.
DJ's on the way. Do you know that I have this photo in every single Black Swan presentation from the beginning? You're going to talk through me. I'm going to mute your dumb ass.
I don't care. You obviously.
Fair enough. So, you see this photo right here? On January 1st, 2020, this appeared in my Black Swan presentation. But you're such a numpty dipshit, you don't even know it. And you're such a numpty dipshit that you posted another Black Swan photo because the observer height here is 1 foot and the horizon is 6.21 miles away when it should be 1 mile away. So, and you're both flat and curved would look very similar. Really? Are you invoking some type of refraction here? Looming? What the hell? Oh my God, I got to take him off mute for this. What the hell is looming?
You don't know what looming is?
No, I want you to cite it right here for me.
Okay. If you have a look at the diagram on the bottom right,
I want you to cite looming. Thank you.
Looming is the first industrial machine that was ever created to make.
Now, hold on. Let him. I want to hear if he knows what looming is. I want the definition.
Okay, have a look at the photo.
No, I'm not having a look at the photo.
I created that diagram. It's my own handiwork.
Shut up. What is looming?
Look
what
at the diagram.
Looming? You claim looming. What is looming? What is looming? You will not pass go until you define it and provide citation for your claim, sir.
So light bends as a result of the temperature gradient.
That's not looming.
That's what looming is.
No, it's not. You fucking moron. No, it isn't.
I don't care what you say, you fool.
Looming. You're going to have to shut you up. So that's your definition. I told you it was wrong. You're a fucking idiot. You're a numpty dipshit. Looming from Andrew Thomas Young. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. That is the definition of looming. In fact, this definition of looming is in-fucking correct. But even within this wrong definition, even if I give it to you, you already train wrecked your argument. Because this is talking about objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself. You're a numpty dipshit. Demonstrated yet again. So, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. Chocolate?
DJ's on the way.
Really, you think that actually worked, don't you? It may have worked for your little...
It's already a wrap.
That might have worked for your little set of victims.
It may have worked with Neil deGrasse Tyson, but don't try that shit on Phil, right, Phil?
That probably worked for your little set of victims.
That'll work on Mick West. That won't work on you because
you're a scammer. You're a grifter. Have a look at the bottom.
You interrupted the DJ. Please don't do that again.
Have a look at the bottom. Don't please me, mate. I'll do as I please. Now, have a look at the bottom.
Maybe not. Or not. And by the way, my laughing is doing me very fucking well, numpty. So how would you know what was well for someone else? Did you learn that in school?
Oh, I can tell this guy never listened to his teachers or his headmaster. So, yeah.
Probably abused as a child, I'm just a guess.
I like to tell bad jokes. So, yeah, sorry, man.
I mean, he could have cited his own source. Maybe it would have been different than QE's and it would have made his argument better, but
he did.
Apparently he wasn't prepared.
Right. Decided to unmute me. That's good. Now we can get somewhere. Right.
Back to the horizon, right?
I want to have a look at the image. I want you to have a look at the image that's commonly referred. Actually, Sasha put it up. Thank you, Sasha. Sasha put up the image of the rigs where there is looming. Now, there's actually evidence for this. There's looming and towering, and there's actually evidence for that. And the evidence for that is very, very clear. First of all, the first one where we're looking at looming of the horizon. So you can tell that because that usually happens when you have a look across the water and you can see the bands of colors, of different colors. Like you can see it's really dark towards us, closer, then gets lighter, then gets lighter again. That gets this yellowish color.
You're an empty dipshit. Sasha's photo train wrecks your
dumbass. Would you mind just being quiet just for a minute?
You're a dumbass. I used this photo in my explanation of every single Black Swan presentation I've given. You can see the horizon if you use your off-center vision. You can see the horizon. It's right off the bow. So this is looming, but according to your definition, it's not the horizon that looms. It's things in relation to the horizon, Dr. Phil. Do you understand this, numpty dipshit?
Will you stop being a coward and stop?
Do you understand what I just said, numpty dipshit?
I understood exactly what you said. Now, can you just stop being a coward?
So you said the horizon was loomed. That is not. Right. That is incorrect.
The horizon is loomed. Everything.
No, that's not the definition, Dr. Phil.
Listen, looming. I explained to you what looming was.
No, you didn't. You made it up. No citation. You're done.
Light bends in gradients, bro. That's not a definition.
Yeah, that's not a definition.
You can see that
the definition was provided though for you.
So? Just shut up. Unless somebody else wants to talk down, I'm done with his dipshittery. You're just making shit up.
Do you hang out at Jim Panda's server, Professor Phil? Because I think it's poisoning your brain, your mind, man. Going there.
Yeah, he's certified.
So QE, you want to deprive?
Don't speak to me ever again.
You want to deprive?
Yeah, apparently so he does. Yep.
All
the time.
We do.
Apparently he's mistaken. He doesn't know what server he's on. I think he's lost.
How important are you, QE? That you're the one who calls the shots.
Who tells you that? Like, why do you think that? Do you know who's all in here? Like, we call our own shots, mate. Do you? No, you don't. You don't call your own shots. People tell you to jump, and you say how high. So don't talk about us, man. You don't know us. You won't even listen to us. You won't even explain the fucking RC boats and why they disappear bottom first in your goddamn evidence. Nobody wants to hear your shit, your rubbish.
I know, you think he'd be able to muster up his intellectual might, you know? Conjure up something like very powerful.
Well, stop muting me and then you'll actually hear some stuff.
Okay, sure.
By the way, audience, the reason that you can't hear my voice is because anytime
mute him. Thanks.
Who the hell does he think he's talking to?
Audience.
Audience?
I talk to the audience.
He's the fucking secret king. Audience, they're muting me. I've got secret fucking knowledge. I need some fucking parts of them and they're not letting me do so. I'm being a fucking victim. Fucking victim, Gamma, fucking secret king bastard. Fuck off.
Yeah. Very narcissistic community, I would say.
Thank you for unmuting me again.
Oh,
I don't know what that serves except just waste.
Well, I couldn't quite get that. What did he say?
Professor Feller, you got any proof of the flying spinning ball? Stop addressing QE. He's above your intellect, dude. Yeah, you're not a professor. You're a clown.
Mm-hmm.
Just me. I am way below his level. So just me. You're
What's
way
your
below
name?
my level, but at least I'm closer to you.
What do you call yourself?
Batman. You can call me Batman.
I don't care. You can whatever you want me to.
Well, you want me to call you the Professor, Professor Phil? Then you call me Batman.
Sure,
All right,
I'm happy
Professor.
to do that, Batman.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Batman. That's fine. Batman, I just want to ask you a question. Batman, have you ever looked up in the sky and had a look at those objects that are
You
moving?
mean those lights? Yes, I have.
Yeah, those lights.
I grew
You've
up
seen
looking
them?
at the Milky Way my whole life when I was little.
Yeah. So the ones they move. Apparently, they move from the UK to
the sun.
Australia in about 40 minutes. That's the sort
There
of
we go.
speed that they get.
No.
Now, what about them? What about lights in the sky?
Who put them there?
Who put them there?
Yeah.
What kind of question is that?
Well, it's a reasonable question.
Well, if you believe in the heliocentric model, right, then NASA put them there. But if you believe that you live in a reality where your eyes observe, and then probably something like a creator created them and put them there. I mean, if you look at how complex and sophisticated life is and what requirements they need, yeah, there must be a creator that put them there. Yeah.
Years ago.
Are you going to call me stupid because I believe in a God? Is that where we're going with this?
You're happy to believe.
Are you going to try and say, well, a flat Earth is a faith and the globe is? Is that where you're trying to drive this? Huh?
No, not at all. I'm just trying to get to establish what those Starlink satellites are. Have you
ever taken a look at the ocean? You know, that flat horizontal thing. I mean, you're up there in the sky. I'm just trying to bring it back down here to the thing we're talking about.
You told me that you saw those objects. What do you think they are?
They're lights. That's the first thing I see them as, are lights in the sky.
Who put them there?
I believe in my religion, in my spirituality, that there is a God. And he probably put them there.
The last lot went about 2 or 3 days ago. Did God do that?
The last what?
Wait, what?
The last lot of Starlink satellites went about 2 or 3 days ago.
What the fuck is a Starlink starlight?
He's
What
not
the fuck is
talking
that?
about the stars. He's talking about the SpaceX nonsense Starlink crap. That's what he's talking about. You guys are talking
Bro, I see airplanes. I see airplanes at night, and they look like stars moving in the sky. Is that a goddamn satellite? Go ahead, explain it.
They don't.
Why? How the fuck do you know which one is a satellite and which one is a plane? Because you've got a model and a fucking website that you check. Huh?
Because the plane is
fucking tell me what those things are in the sky, bro. They're fucking rocks and gas burning in the middle. You sound like Timon and Pumbaa from that fucking movie, The Lion King.
Be quiet for a minute. So you can track those things in the sky from the UK to Australia in 40 minutes. You think a plane can fly that fast?
Some of these stars and lights I see at night, right? They move. And some of them are planes. But you're saying they could be satulites, they could be rocks, you know, like.
Just answer the
saying
question.
they're lights in the sky, right?
Do you think
They're lights
a plane can move from Australia to the UK in 40 minutes?
Why the fuck would you ask me that? That's not relevant to what we're talking about.
Phil, that's a loaded question. You can't even fucking prove what you just said. That's number one.
I can.
Number two, no, you can't. Number two, I asked you before. I asked you this question a long fucking time ago. And you said, yeah, you believe that from Mars, that rover's sending fucking pictures, sending transmissions through fucking millions and millions of miles. And you're a professor of fucking physics, and you yet to answer my fucking question. How is it fucking possible to get telecommunications from fucking Mars to Earth to get high resolution fucking images? Please explain. Fucking asshole.
I think that is the right energy for you, Professor. So you go ahead and that will take care of you.
Professor, you've heard of the inverse square law, right?
Yo, bro, you don't even know a fucking thing about physics, and then you fucking pretend to clown fucking physics. You fucking cunt.
You think that can help you?
Professor, what's the inverse square law?
You think that kind of language is becoming of a person like you?
Professor, what's the inverse square law?
Stop fucking crying. Hey, listen, Phil, stop fucking crying. This is real shit. You're pissing everybody fucking off.
Nobody's trying here.
But when you're in a fucking corner, you're gonna start fucking crying about my language. You fucking bitch.
All right, Vlad. Let's let Hank ask the question. What is the inverse square law?
Yeah, what is that, Professor?
You don't know what the inverse square law is?
No, please enlighten me.
Is that the reason you're asking me the question?
Well, I'm just wondering how a little battery from Mars' surface could send a signal strong enough 1 million miles away if I can't get signal at my curb from my Wi-Fi router.
Where is everybody?
On Earth, right?
We're waiting for you to answer the question, Phil.
You don't know what the inverse square law is. You seriously don't know.
He just gave you an example.
You don't know
I asked you a question, mate.
Okay, so things will reduce by the square of the distance away. That it's further away.
Right. So the power source is staying the same, but the further you go away, it
2,
decreases
4,
the signal strength.
16, 64, and so on. Okay.
By the time you get to 1 million miles away, how much power is actually hitting the Earth? From the Martian rover, how much?
You satisfied?
What's the signal strength? What's the signal strength from 1 million miles away?
Now, I still want to know what those objects are in